inabot sa kanya yung palit. Ito yung sa kanya. Bakit ang dulas yung wala pa. Papalitan ko yun, tatanggalan ko. Uy, 2 minutes. Pwede na paupo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we please request the honorable members of the House to be seated to ensure that your presence at today's session will be properly recorded by the Secretariat. The plenary session will start in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Nandito na. Magyan ako sa The session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ang silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka masisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit ng baghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat
please remain standing for the invocation to be led by the Honorable Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino from Party List OFW.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, we lift our thanks and praise to you, Lord, for allowing us to safely congregate today and for being in our midst. As elected officials of this nation, we are not just tasked to work for the good of the country, but also to continue your kingdom work. Thus, we pray for the fortitude of spirit and the integrity of heart, not just to fulfill our mandates for our constituents' benefit, but also to be leaders that emulate the humility, compassion, and righteousness of Christ. Lord, may you also incline your ears to our prayers of provision for our countrymen who struggle day to day for their needs. We pray especially for the protection of our overseas Filipino workers who face various trials abroad, on top of the burden of being separated from their families. We also raise our prayers for the victims of the earthquake in Abra and nearby provinces. Lord, may all our ideas, actions, and decisions today be anointed with your wisdom. May all our steps be in humble obedience to your will. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Acop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Billones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bongalon. Bordado. Bosita. Briones. Brosas. Buhain. Bulut Begtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jean. Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chungalaw. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Ko Juanco Jaime. Ko Juanco Mark. Colada. Coliantes. Corvera. Cruz Ambrosio. Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gorizeta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Chutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria,
List po natin.
Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 310 members responded to the call.
With 310 members present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of journal numbers 6 and 7, dated August 9 and August 10, respectively. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve journals number 6 and 7 as moved by the Honorable Majority Leader. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports if there is any.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill numbers 3357, 3358, 3360 to 3365, 3368, 3369, 3371 to 3374, establishing certain test training and assessment centers in Pasaco, Pamplona, and San Fernando, Camarines Sur, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3359, imposing eco tax on batteries, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3366, enforcing fair traffic apprehension, by Representative Bosita.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3367, rationalizing the excise tax on firearms, ammunition, and accessories thereof, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3370, imposing environmental tax on pesticides and chemical fertilizers, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 3375, establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the Concepcion, Iloilo, by Representatives Tupas.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 3376, increasing the salary grade of public school teachers from salary grade 11 to salary grade 15, by Representatives Revilla Bryan, Mercado Revilla, and Revilla Ramon Holo.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 3377, reviving the Philippine movie industry by providing incentives to the proprietors, lessees, operators of theaters and cinemas, by Representatives Revilla Bryan, Mercado Revilla, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 3378, establishing a credit assistance program for OFWs, by Representatives Revilla Bryan, Mercado Revilla, and Revilla Ramon Holo.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 3379, establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal settlers' families, by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 3380, mandating the establishment of fisher folk resettlement areas by the Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and the LGUs, by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 3381, providing for the free annual medical checkup for Filipinos, by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3382, mandating the national and local governments to purchase the produce of local farmers or producers for relief and school feeding programs, by Representative Yap Eric and Duterte.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3383, mandating the NFA to establish rice drying facilities, by Representatives Yap Eric and Duterte.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3384, postponing the December 2022 barangay and SK elections to the second Monday of May 2024, by Representative Hataman.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 3385, right-sizing the national government to promote effectiveness, efficiency, and economy in the delivery of services to the people, by Representative Tan Kieth Ngaika.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 3386, institutionalizing the assistance to the individuals in crisis situation program of the DSWD, by Representative Tan Kieth Ngaika.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 3387, further amending the Public Employment Service Office Act of 1999 to include entrepreneurship in the scope of the law, to rename the present Public Employment Service Office into the Public Employment Entrepreneurship Office, and to establish the Barangay Employment Entrepreneurship Offices nationwide, by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 3388, establishing the Public Schools of the Future in Technology, by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3389, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3390, establishing the Science for Change Program, by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 3391, converting into a national road the Chorilot Street in Barangka, Marikina, by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3392, declaring a parcel of land located in President Manuel A. Rojas Katipunan and Siyan in Zamboanga del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape by Representative Labad-Labad.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 3393, institutionalizing a Philippine self-reliant defense posture program and promoting the development of national defense industry pursuant thereto, by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 3394 to reform the Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino into Komisyon ng Mga Wika sa Pilipinas, Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3395 creating the Music Development Council of the Philippines, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 3396 automatically converting the capital town of provinces with no component cities, independent component cities, or highly urbanized cities within the territorial jurisdiction into component city, by Representative Palma.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3397 declaring the Autanga Island protected landscape and seacape located in Zamboanga, Sibugay as a protected area, by Representative Palma.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 3398 establishing the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines, by Representative Marquez.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 3399 establishing the National Railroad Administration, by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3400 to prohibit the penalized and the unauthorized practice of law and other related acts, Representatives Flores, Caga, and Suwan.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3401 establishing a district office of LTO in Pototan, Iloilo, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3402 providing for the inclusion of the study of the Constitution as a subject in the curriculum of senior high school students under the K-12 program, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3403 institutionalizing the alternative learning delivery modes in the K-12 basic education system, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3404 authorizing the concerned registers of deed to correct certain clerical or typographical errors in the certificates of title without the need of judicial order, by Representative Amante.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3405 mandating PhilHealth to develop a comprehensive dialysis benefit package, by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3406 establishing the National Cancer Center of the Philippines, by Representatives Duterte and Yayap Eric.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3407 establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute, by Representatives Duterte and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 3408 establishing a Central Marine Multi-Species Hatchery in Carles, Iloilo, by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 3409 emancipating agrarian reform beneficiaries by condoning all unpaid amortization and interest on the lands awarded to them under the Agrarian Reform Program, by Representative Panaligan.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 3410 Traffic Enforcement Centralization Act, by Representative Gutierrez.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3411 rationalizing the LTO policy on license and motor vehicle registration, Representative Gutierrez.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3412 regulating the operation of the motorcycles for hire, by Representative Gutierrez and Bosita.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3413 penalizing the act of throwing hard objects at motor vehicles, by Representative Gutierrez.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3414 mandating the installation of safety monitoring devices in PUVs, by Representative Gutierrez and Bosita.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3415, providing for the development and preservation of the Philippine culinary heritage by Representative Ligarda.
to the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts,
House Bill 3416, providing for the integration and mainstreaming of cultural education programs and activities in the country's national education program by Representative Ligarda.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3417, institutionalizing the One Town, One Product Philippines program by Representative Ligarda.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 3418, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity or expression by Representative Ligarda.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill 3419, to reform the budget process by Representative Singson Mihan.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill 3420, instituting reforms in real property evaluation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance by Representative Singson Mihan.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization,
House Bill 3421, establishing the e-government by Representative Singson Mihan.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 3422, providing the protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating the Electronic Commerce Bureau by Representative Singson Mihan.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 3423, protecting the rights of motorists by Representative Salceda.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3424, providing for the creation of mental health centers in every province by Representative Ong Chuan.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3425, granting appropriate civil service eligibility to contractual, temporary, and coterminous government employees under certain conditions by Representative Ong Chuan.
to the Committee on Civil Service and
House
Professional Regulation,
Yeah. House Bill 3426, postponing the December 2022 synchronized barangay and SK elections by Representative Dimaporo, City Amina.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 3427, postponing the December 2022 synchronized barangay and SK elections by Representative Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 3428, improving the access of rural community beneficiaries to agriculture, fisheries, and rural development financing system by Representative Recto.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 3429, expediting the implementation of the programs and projects under the Coconut Farmers Industry Development Plan by Representative Recto.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 3430 and 3432, amending certain sections of Electric Power Industry Reform of 2001, Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
to the Committee on Energy,
House Bill 3431, institutionalizing the rules and system laws of cap of electric distribution and utilities, Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
to the Committee on Energy,
House Bill 3433, institutionalizing installment payment scheme on basic utility bills by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
to the Committee on Social Services,
House Bill 3434, providing for the condonation of all unpaid interests, penalties, and surcharges on loans secured by agrarian reform beneficiaries under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program by Representative Fresnedi.
to the Committee on Agrarian Reform,
House Bill 3435, establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission by Representative Fresnedi.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 3436, instituting reforms in real property valuation in the Philippines, establishing the National Valuation Authority by Representative Fresnedi.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization,
House Bill 3437, amending the National Service Training Program Act of 2001 by Representative Fresnedi.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3438, prohibiting the malicious dissemination of false information or the willful making of any threat concerning bombs, explosives, or any similar device or means of destruction by Representative Fresnedi.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 3439, creating a public defenders unit in all public attorneys district offices by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3440, establishing a regular DFA consular office in Bohol, by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 3441, recreating Barangay Hinapuyan in Carmen, Surigao del Sur, by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3442, regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, maintenance, and demolition of buildings, promoting building resilience against earthquake, fire, flood, landslide, storm, volcano, and multiple hazards within an all-hazards approach to resilience building, enacting a new Philippine Building Act, by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3443, converting the PUP Parañaque Annex Campus in the city of Parañaque into a regular campus to be known as PUP Parañaque Campus, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3444, the Philippine Banking Industry Resiliency Act against COVID-19 pandemic, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 3445, extending the validity of licenses of medical doctors from 3 years to 5 years, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 3446, providing for a Magna Carta for barangay health workers, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3447, creating the Center for Disease Prevention and Control, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3448, mandating the Department of Transportation to install, construct, provide, maintain, and improve facilities to ensure the full access, independence, safety, and mobility of PWDs using the public rail transit systems, by Representative Olivares. Anong 3448.
To the Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 3449, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 3450, instilling and strengthening the sense of patriotism and nationalism among the youth through the institutionalization, development, and administration of fundamental and specialized programs in the basic education curriculum in all public and private educational institutions, by Representatives Noel and Lacson Noel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3451, providing for a national housing development production and financing program, by Representatives Noel and Lacson Noel.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 3452, establishing a 50-bed satellite hospital in the Eastern Visayas Regional Medical Center in Catarman, Northern Samar, to be known as the Eastern Visayas Regional Medical Center, Catarman Satellite Hospital, by Representatives Noel and Lacson Noel.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3453, strengthening the National Greening Program in the Forest Protection Program, by Representatives Lacson Noel and Noel.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 3454, amending Section 2 of RA 10868, honoring and granting additional benefits and privileges to Filipino centenarians, by Representative Abunda.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill numbers 3455 and 3456, establishing certain high schools in the municipalities of Barcelona and Matnog, Sorsogon, by Representative Fortes.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3457, establishing the Philippine Blood Center, by Representative Fortes.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3458, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, by Representative Fortes.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 3459, creating the Human Resource Management Office and General Services Office in LGUs, by Representative Fortes.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3460, providing for government financial institutions unified initiatives to distressed enterprises for economic recovery, by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 3461, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3462, providing for the benefits and privileges to persons with Down syndrome by creating an office under the DOH, by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 3464, mandating all state colleges and universities in Nueva Vizcaya to establish an Indigenous Peoples Resource and Training Center, by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3464, creating a Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Mining, by Representative Cuaresma.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 3465, converting the Dumanhog Extension Campus of the Cebu Technological University in Dumanhog, Cebu into a regular campus of the CTU, by Representative Calderon.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3466, establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality, by Representative Bolilla.
to the Committee on Disaster Resilience. The Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, the Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I move that to recognize the Honorable Marcoleta, Dante Marcoleta of Sagip Party List.
What is the nature of the matter in which the gentleman from Party List Sagip is rising?
I will speak, Mr. Speaker, on the recently concluded deal between TB5 and ABS-CBN.
The gentleman has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a question of privilege. Last week, the merger between ABS-CBN and TB5 was announced. I think it was met by public skepticism based on the initial requests of TV stations and radio stations requiring comment from this representation. Mr. Speaker, to be honest, I think the merger left a bad taste in the mouth. It leaves much to be desired. It is public knowledge, Mr. Speaker, that 2 years ago, on the application for renewal of ABS-CBN's franchise, this Congress, or the 17th Congress to be more particular, denied the application for renewal because the 17th Congress was able to establish several violations that justified the denial of that franchise. What are these, Mr. Speaker? I can recall a long list of violations. ABS-CBN did not have a permit on the digital broadcast for all their channels. It has no permit for the encryption of its signal and its contents. ABS-CBN violated the cease and desist order issued by the National Telecommunications Commission. ABS-CBN also operated and sold illegally millions of TV Plus black boxes without the approval of the National Telecommunications Commission. ABS-CBN also made telecast on pay-per-view even without the authority of the conditional access system by the NTC. Mr. Speaker, there were flagrant violations, not only the rules and laws, but also the Constitution. I think even the Constitution was desecrated by ABS-CBN by violating the exclusive Filipino ownership and management of mass media by the issuance of what we call the Philippine Depositary Receipts. And as I speak today, Mr. Speaker, several employees of ABS-CBN who were terminated illegally by that network won their cases in the Supreme Court, 2 cases of regularization and 6 cases of illegal dismissal. These cases were won in the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. And 2 of these already had entry of judgment issued by the Supreme Court. But the NLRC, Mr. Speaker, for unknown reasons, did not even lift a finger to help the workers. Some of them are older already, and some are dying already, Mr. Speaker. I can probably blame the concerned agencies of government who did not act on these violations. For example, the BIR promised at that time that they will look into those allegations of non-payment of taxes, of correct taxes, by employing a dubious subsidiary called Big Dipper to operate like a tax shield in order to evade the payment of rightful taxes, billions of taxes due to the government, Mr. Speaker. There is a subsisting memorandum order of NTC, Mr. Speaker, that a franchise grantee should not enter into commercial agreements in which the NTC has jurisdiction with those companies or parties that have obligations to the national government or the national government. It is my humble submission, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, that these violations, oh, by the way, Mr. Speaker, this representation calculated the administrative penalties that should be paid by ABS-CBN to the government. And my calculations totaled 1.6 trillion pesos. If this can be considered as obligations to the national government, then the NTC order, again, should be applied. Ang problema kasi, Mr. Speaker, this concerns agencies, NTC, the BIR, although it promised to look into the allegations of these tax evasion schemes, did not bother. They lacked the vigilance. They did not summon the agency or even the sense of duty required by the respective offices. And by every measure, Mr. Speaker, I think even TB5 has some obligations in this deal. With the substantial purchase, Mr. Speaker, of the outstanding stocks of ABS-CBN, I believe Section 10 of the franchise of TB5 was violated because the rights and obligations have virtually been transferred to ABS-CBN. Kung pwede ba, Mr. Speaker, na ang isang network na hindi na natin binigyan ng lisensya because of this established violations, wala na siyang prangkisa. Pwede ba siyang sumakay ng ganun-ganun lang without settling the obligations to the country, to the government? Is it possible that something that cannot be achieved or obtained directly can be obtained indirectly? I think this is a basic dictum in law, Mr. Speaker. We cannot do that. Section 10 of the franchise of TB5 also prohibits merger with other entities without prior approval of Congress. Wala pa po tayong approval. So I said, this particular deal must be looked into, Mr. Speaker. And I think, because of this deal, we have yet to have let the proverbial cat out of the bag, Mr. Speaker. Why? MediaQuest, the parent company of TV5, is owned by PLDT Beneficial Trust Fund. And the grapevine, Mr. Speaker, is so loud that PLDT Beneficial Trust Fund is owned by an Indonesian national. So if we will reminisce, Mr. Speaker, that the PDRs were utilized indirectly as conduits for foreigners to own mass media in this country by desecrating and circumventing the very Constitution that we have. Baka naman ang mangyari, ganito rin, Mr. Speaker. Magigising na lang tayo and we will have to see deja vu once again. Mr. Speaker, somebody said that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. I humbly seek the good men of this chamber, Mr. Speaker, to unite and rally behind a good cause and do something. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Dante Marcoleta be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Sessions suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed.
I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman.
Mr.
The
Speaker,
Honorable Lagman, what is the pleasure of the General,
I
the
rise
gentleman
on
from
a question of
Albay?
personal and collective privilege.
The gentleman has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the hierarchy of civil liberties, the freedom of expression, which includes free speech and free press, is accorded premium protection. Consequently, as held by the Supreme Court in Chavez versus Gonzalez, and I quote, any attempt to restrict it must be met with an examination so critical that only a danger that is clear and present would be allowed to curtail it. Chavez versus Gonzalez involved the directives of the then Justice Secretary Raul Gonzalez and the National Telecommunications Commission to all media outlets not to publish under the pain of violating the Anti-Wiretapping Act the tape of the conversation of certain personalities on the alleged manipulation of the 2004 election results. The Supreme Court nullified the official directives of the respondents, warning the media on airing the alleged wiretap conversation for constituting unconstitutional prior restraint on the exercise of freedom of speech and of the press, or the freedom of expression. Chief Justice Reynaldo Puno, the ponente of Chavez versus Gonzalez, stressed that, and I quote, the right belongs as well, if not more, to those who question, who do not conform, who differ. To be truly meaningful, freedom of speech and of the press should allow and even encourage the articulation of the unorthodox view, though it be hostile or derided by others, or though such view induces a condition of unrest, creates dissatisfaction with conditions as they are, or even steers people to anger, unquote. According to Liu Xiaobo, the Chinese writer, literary critic, human rights activist, and Nobel Prize awardee, quote, freedom of expression is the foundation of human rights, the source of humanity, and the mother of truth, unquote. Thus, the Bill of Rights under Article 3 of the Philippine Constitution unequivocally provides, and I quote, no law shall be passed abridging the freedom of press, of expression, or of the press, unquote. It is in the foregoing context that Memorandum Number 2022-0663, dated August 9, 2012, of the Commission sa Wikang Pilipino, banning from libraries in schools 5 books in Filipino for being, quote, subversive, unquote, and, quote, anti-government, unquote, is a patently unconstitutional edict, an obtrusive weapon of thought control, an unmitigated censorship, and a wanton assault on academic freedom. The subject memorandum is condemnable and unwarranted for the following reasons, Mr. Speaker. One, it defiles the constitutionally guaranteed freedom of expression and academic freedom which shall be enjoyed in all institutions of higher learning. Section 5.2 of Article 14. Two, the KWF has no power and is not authorized under Republic Act 7104, its enabling statute, to ban and censor writings in Filipino. Its principal mandate is to ensure and promote the evolution and development and further enrichment of Filipino as a national language of the Philippines on the basis of existing Philippine and other languages. It has the power to enhance and develop Filipino as the national language, but not to destroy and proscribe writings in Filipino. Three, the controversial memorandum was signed only by two full-time commissioners, namely Commissioners Carmelita Abdurrahman and Benjamin Mondillo, out of 11 commissioners, including Chairman Arthur Casanova. In other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the memorandum does not have the conformity of the requisite majority of the commissioners. Is that it does not even have the imprimatur of the chairman. Number four, no less than the commission itself has published 3 of the 5 books, namely Teatro Political Dos by Malu Jacob, Kalatas, Mga Kwentong Bayan at Kwentong Buhay by Romel Rodriguez, and May Hadlang ang Umaga by Don Pagusara. 5. The Commission is not an adjunct of the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, which is the dominant red tagging agency of the government. 6. Neither is it an extension of the Anti-Terrorism Council, which is tasked to enforce the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, or RA number 11479. And 7, the action of the KWF of banning the subject books for purportedly violating Section 9 of Republic Act number 11479 on, quote, inciting to commit treason, unquote, is an unwarranted sanction by an unauthorized agency without trial and due process. The following, Mr. Speaker, are the suggested remedies against the improvident memorandum. 1, the majority of the Commission can motu proprio withdraw the memorandum. 2, the Office of the President, to which the KFW is under by provision of law, can order the nullification and withdrawal of the memorandum. And 3, judicial recourse can be availed of by any interested party by filing a petition for certiorari and prohibition under Rule 65 of the Rules of Court with a prayer for a temporary restraining order. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, without prejudice to the foregoing remedies, as I speak this afternoon, a resolution is being filed for a joint investigation in aid of legislation by the Committees on Human Rights, Basic Education and Culture, and Higher and Technical Education on the issuance of this unlawful memorandum. This censurable memorandum has horrific precedents. 1, the first Chinese emperor, Kim Xiu Huang, who united China after blood inundated the vast Chinese terrain, ordered in 213 BCE the burning of books to avoid scholars' comparison of his reign with the past. He also had some 160 scholars buried alive for possessing the forbidden books. The grave of the infamous emperor is guarded by the famed Terra Korak warriors, whose more than life-size statues depict the faces of the generals, of the despots' generals. 3. The Roman Catholic Church has the Index Librorum Prohibitorium, published in 1959, which banned the proscribed books to prevent the contamination of the faith or the corruption of morals through the reading of theologically erroneous or immoral books. The index was used up to 1966, or for over 4 centuries. The index also banned works ranging from love stories to philosophical treatises to political theory. The censored authors included, among others, David Hume, Emile Zola, Jean-Paul Sartre, John Milton, Immanuel Kant, Voltaire, Francis Bacon, Daniel Defoe, and Nikos Kazantzakis, all stars in the literary constellation.
The gentleman, please wrap up.
Yes. The Nazi regime burned books considered as un-German, starting on May 10, 1933, where over 25 volumes were put ablaze. The authors included were Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, together with American authors Ernest Hemingway and Helen Keller. During martial law, security guards would freeze persons and inspected bags of citizens for subversive materials, as if they were trained to discern what is subversive or not. The capture then and up to now of alleged dissidents invariably include the reported seizure of subversive materials. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, let me share with you relevant quotations to ponder on. 1. English novelist, journalist, and critic George Orwell said, and I quote, "If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they don't want to hear." Let me repeat that. To tell people what they do not want to hear. 2. American literary critic Henry Louis Gates declared, "Censorship is to the art as lynching is to justice." Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy asserted, "We must defend freedom of expression. And if I had to choose, I would prefer the excess of caricature over the excess of censure." And lastly, Salman Rushdie, the multi-awarded novelist and author of the Satanic Verses, who was savagely and repeatedly stabbed in New York last Saturday, August 13, 2022, and is currently recovering, emphasized, two things form the bedrock of any society: freedom of expression and the rule of law. If you do not have those things, you do not have a free country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and distinguished colleagues.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Edsel Lagman to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
The Chair declares the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we acknowledge the guests of Congresswoman Marisa Magsino at the gallery. First off, Assistant Secretary Federico E. Lasiste Jr. of the Department of Agriculture. and the OFW party list officers, consultants, and stakeholders, headed by the chairman, Mr. Raymond Wendell Adriano, Secretary General, Ms. Princess Maria M. Adriano, the mother of Congresswoman Magsino, Mrs. Angelita Magsino, Vice President, Mr. Vicente Feliciano, Dr. Jerry Aguilar, Mr. Norman Wee, Ms. Marcelina Sun, Ms. Jesseline Sun, Mr. Glenn Morales, Ms. Cristeta Morales, Ms. Dorothy Joy Fanyo, and Mr. Christopher Magsino.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Session suspended for 2 minutes to allow our members to interact with our guests.
Ay, wait lang, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Session is resumed. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the guests of Representative Felimon Espares, headed by Honorable Gadwin Handumon, Mayor, Municipality of Plaridel, Cecil Caamino III, and Edwin Biocos.
Welcome, mayong hapon o mayong pag-abot dinhi sa Ubos Balay Balaoranan.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the guests of Kong Jinky Luistro, former Bawan Municipal Councilor Richard Cabral, and Mrs. Jocelyn Cabral.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentle lady from the OFW party list, Congresswoman Marisa Magsino, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour. So
The lady from the party list OFW, the Representative Marisa Delmar Magsino, is recognized for her privileged speech.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Speaker. A pleasant afternoon to all my esteemed colleagues, to our former President and former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, to Chairman Dr. James D., our OFW party list, our OFWs worldwide, and the Filipino people. Nais ko rin pong batiin ang ating mga kapatid na Muslim at mga kababayang nasa Middle East na nanonood po ngayon sa ating live stream. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Ang pagpapala po at biyaya ng mahal na Allah ay sumaating lahat. Ako po ay kaisa ninyo, lalo't ako po ay nagawaran bilang Princess Marisa ng Sultanato ng Katagalugan, Sultanate of Maharlika, Darussalam. Mr. Speaker and my dear colleagues, I enjoin you to watch me a poignant scene in our everyday drama series. Do you see mothers and fathers with their baggage in tow, inching their way to the airport gates while trying to be oblivious to the faint cries of their spouses and young children begging not to be left behind? Their faces barely able to hide the sadness building up in their already heavy hearts. They give each other long embraces and long goodbyes with tears in their eyes, knowing that the next hugs will only be upon the return, which will be few and far behind. Finally, before turning their back, the passionate reminder to love and take care of each other, and the image slowly fades. Mr. Speaker, it may be dismissed as a sappy scene by some, but this is a classic illustration of what happens when one or both parents or loved ones are employed overseas. It is the sad reality of some, if not most of the families of our overseas Filipino workers. In a country where unemployment is chronic, like our overseas employment is popularly viewed as a way out of lingering poverty, and for good reasons. It is a channel to achieve the economic goals of feeding, sheltering, clothing, and educating the entire families through the money remittances of loved ones toiling abroad. To many of our countrymen, it offers them the best opportunity to afford life basic needs and at times some comforts and luxuries. As indicated in the results of the 2020 survey on overseas Filipinos conducted by the Philippine Statistics Authority, there is an estimated 1.77 million OFWs working in every nook and corner of the world in the period of April to September of 2020. Of that figure, 96.4%, or 1.71 million, are with existing work contracts, and the balance of 3.6% are without working visa or with permits such as tourists, visitors, students, and medical, but were presently employed. By sex, more women were reported to be working overseas, accounting for 59.6%, or 1.006 million in 2020. It should be emphasized that the figures account only for those who have been surveyed. It may be higher in reality if only the many other undocumented OFWs could be factored in. But unfortunately, for one reason or another, are four now beyond reach. Mr. Speaker, the labor migration of our fellow Filipinos to a foreign land to look for greener pastures often come at a hefty price. We are all too aware that our overseas workers often fall prey to illegal recruitment, such as contract switching, non-provision of mandated benefits, high placement fees, and costs of other regulatory requirements. They also unjustly suffer physical, emotional, and psychological maltreatment or false criminal charges and unlawful incarceration. Sila po ay nahuhulog sa bigtag ng human trafficking, isa sa malaking problemang kinakaharap ng ating bansa, lalo na po ng ating mga kababaihan. Stranded OFWs, those who are not able to come home despite their expired contracts or working visas for lack of financial means, and those displaced by the COVID-19 pandemic are the most vulnerable to human trafficking and smuggling, particularly those stuck in the Middle East. The human trafficking industry generates a whopping $150 billion per year. It is a colossal problem that needs concerted efforts from all sectors. At times, our OFW's plight is exacerbated by the slow response, if not neglect, by concerned government agencies and Philippine consular or embassy officials in the countries they work. But those are just one side of the coin. We tend to forget the other end of the bargain. The families left behind, while arguably have their lives materially improved, have to deal with the hardships and challenges brought about by the physical separation for long periods of time at that. Socio-emotional and other behavioral problems may occur in some family members, particularly the children, that affect family cohesion and result in irreparable harm to the rest of the family. While it is imperative to provide their families their basic material necessities, it is equally important to provide them a sense of belonging and intimacy, a quality time for bonding, needs that are sacrificed and deprived of them as a consequence of their separation. Overseas employment bears upon marital relationships, and it cuts both ways. Fidelity is put to test, especially for young couples separated just shortly after getting wed. With their loneliness teased by their youth and virility, they become vulnerable to temptation and their faithfulness compromised. Unwittingly, families are not physically separated, but irreparably broken. But more disturbing is the fact that children are also at the receiving end of the social cost, and often are worst. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, to which the Philippines is a state party, states that children have the right to a family environment of happiness, love, and understanding, a prerequisite for the full development of their personality. Children need the presence of their parents for the molding of their personalities and values, to accompany them during special occasions, to talk about their crushes and newfound friends in school, or to share their curiosities about developing body features. Migration of one parent or both is a very agonizing time for the children, and they become prone to emotional, psychological, and behavioral problems. Their values are twisted towards materialistic goals, lacking sufficient parental guidance, as the parent left behind assumes both paternal and maternal responsibilities. The children become self-doubting and rebellious. Many are hooked on illegal drugs and similar pernicious vices. Kaantig-antig po mga kababayan, mga colleagues, ang mga istorya ng ating mga OFWs. Bukod po sa bigat ng trabaho sa ibang bansa, iniinda po nila ang problemang namumuo sa kanilang mga kabahayan dahil sa pagkakawatak-watak ng pamilya. In an article in the Filipino Times, Ms. Judith Bagwaden, a former social welfare attaché at the Philippine Consulate General Office in Dubai, UAE, sadly observed that many Filipino families cannot survive the separation of their heads of families who go to work abroad. And she commented, "Marami pong ganyang problema yung mga nag-a-abroad. Majority po sa kanila, naaapektuhan po ang pamilya. Family breakdown is one of the social costs of migration. Yung mga pumupunta po dito sa atin, yan po ang problema. May iba pa, reklamo ng mga may asawa na hindi raw po nagbibigay ng financial support. Mr. Speaker, these are the social costs of labor migration. It may be a grim picture, but certainly never exaggerated. Ito po ang malungkot na realidad na nangyayari sa ating mga pamilya, sa ating mga OFW. Sa ating pakikipag-usap sa iba't ibang OFWs, sa buong mundong ating napuntahan, ang saya sa malaking kita ay kaakibat na malungkot na kwento tungkol sa mga problema sa pamilyang naiwan. And it is not difficult to imagine a grimmer picture when our overseas workers are victimized by illegal recruiters who are undocumented and are deported back home, penniless, with the weight of debts to pay. With the little they had sold or pawned, all down the drain, they find themselves and their families deeper in the pit of poverty. Mr. Speaker, undeniably, our overseas Filipino workers contribute to the national growth and economic development mainly through the remittances and for the skills acquired during their migration period. The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas reportedly a record-breaking 34.888 billion US dollars OFW remittances in 2021. Accounting for our 8.9% of the country's gross domestic product for that year. The growth in remittances reflected a pickup in OFW deployment, strong demand for OFWs amid the reopening of host economies to foreign workers, and continued shift to digital support that facilitated inward transfer of remittances. Yet, we cannot put a monetary equivalent to the social cost of migration of our workers. Ano po ba ang halagang maipapataw natin sa nasirang pamilya o sa mga anak na uhaw sa gabay at presensya ng mga mahal nilang magulang? The social costs of migration come with complex challenges in terms of governance, migrant workers' protection, development linkages, as well as personal and family relational concerns. No less than our President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. recognized this imperative in his first State of the Nation address when he declared, "Sa ating mga kababayan na nasa ibang bansa, you deserve a home in government, not only for the money that you send home, but you are not cold tools of the economy. You deserve it for your sacrifices, for our country, and your perseverance and excellence in the global arena. You, OFWs, represent the fighting faith of the Filipinos as a nation and us a people. Let us transform your overseas journey into inspirational stories of all time." As a legislator representing the OFW party list, I shall endeavor to sponsor measures that will promote the interest and protect the rights of our overseas Filipino workers, particularly the establishment of OFW centers that will provide welfare assistance and counseling services to the families of overseas Filipino workers who are left behind, and institute scholarship programs for their children, among other proposed legislations. Again, our dear President has observed, Ngayon, para naman sa mga anak na naiwan sa Pilipinas, titiyakin ng Department of Migrant Workers sa pamamagitan ng OWA na sila ay maipapasok sa magagandang paaralang magtuturo sa kanila ng financial literacy, mental wellness, sports, sining at kultura. Ito ay mangyayari sa pakikipagtulungan ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Alagaan natin ang kabataang Pilipino pagkat sila ang kinabukasan ng ating inang bayan. We shall also pursue to facilitate the provision of decent and affordable housing to our OFWs and their families, which is our motivating aspiration and their dream for working abroad. This advocacy is well aligned with my capacity as Chairperson Emerita of the National Real Estate Association. The government must become more aggressive and focus on creating local employment opportunities with wages comparable, if not equal, to salaries can be earned abroad. Overseas employment must not be a primary option to escape poverty and fulfill the dreams of a better life. If we are to avoid the hardships and challenges faced by our overseas Filipino workers and their families left behind, we should generate sufficient and well-compensating jobs and business opportunities to keep our labor migration to a minimal necessity and provide those who want to come back home with ready opportunities. A substantial development in governance which keeps aflame our hope is the appointment of Ms. Susan Ople as Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers. I have met with Secretary Ople on several occasions to establish a strong and effective partnership between the department and the OFW party list in the hope of enhancing success of our undertakings for the benefit of our common constituents and beneficiaries, our beloved OFWs. Secretary Ople is well known for championing the rights of OFWs, especially those who are distressed and being maltreated in foreign countries. She was particularly vocal in opposing the death sentence given by Indonesia to a Filipino OFW who was tricked to carry drugs into the country. She has also passionately advocated the enactment of laws that would advance the welfare of OFWs while at the same time highlighting key issues that affect them today. With the sterling credentials, there is no better person to steer the newly created Department of Migrant Workers at the helm other than Secretary Toots Ople. With the complex problems besetting our OFWs, it is about time we have a super agency devoted to them, ably steered by a super secretary. In a similar vein, collaboration with the House Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, ably chaired by Honorable Ron Salo, I am equally and is equally important, and I'm positive that the committee is in sync with our common advocacy. My esteemed colleagues, as representative of the OFW party list and on behalf of our beloved OFWs, I hope for your vigorous support in pursuing programs that will promote a satisfying, safe, and fulfilling employment experience by our overseas workers for a sustainable, harmonious way of living for the labor sector, our OFWs and their families left behind. This way, our teledrama ends with tears of joy rather than of sorrow. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and our colleagues. Maraming salamat po from your OFW party list, Congresswoman Marisa Del Mar Magsino. Salamat po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 4th District of Leyte, the Honorable Richard Gomez, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Richard Gomez from the Congressional District of Leyte is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the representative from the OFW if she could yield to some questions, please.
Mr. Speaker, my pleasure po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand the social cost of labor migration, and it is very high and very difficult to most Filipino families. Primarily, a lot of broken families and infidelities happen when people are abroad and families are left in the Philippines. We know that long-distance relationships between spouses and children often happen. And because of homesickness and loneliness, married people often break marriage vows. I would like to ask the representative from the OFW, as a concerned group, how can we help these people from committing infidelity? And how do we help these people and make sure that their families are intact even if they are far away from each other?
Thank you, Honorable Kong Richard. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, it is very hard to say. There is no exact rule that our families that are going abroad, a mother or a father or a parent going abroad, there is no real rule on how they will be faithful to each other, on how they will be staying together as a family, because there are a lot of factors. Number one, the different characteristics and traits of each mother, parent, or brother or sister, or as a couple. And there is also the factor of augmentation of financial capacity, their loneliness, their virility, their temptations. And this is mostly coming from peers that they are always together. They are together in their work. And most often, it is because of loneliness. I cannot say there's a definite rule, but we would like to state, and the OFW party list is very adamant and firm, that before doing the pre-departure orientation for our parents or families going and living abroad and working abroad, they should have a proper pre-orientation seminar, pre-orientation or pre-departure seminars. Of course, we have this with OWA, but I think we need the relevance, the effectiveness, and the sustainability of these pre-departure orientation programs for them to be able to cope with the different cultures, to the different land, to the different language that are going to be going abroad in their host countries. Different people act differently on different climate. Different changes are inevitable. So we have to be very affirmed that to be able to have a very close ties with our family, please use our digital, social media, but of course, physical distance is still a number one hindrance to this. But of course, the social media is a big plus factor for this distance for our OFWs living abroad. I cannot say, please, if there's the family are really believing in the love for each other, they have to be together to be able to love their families and to establish our OFW centers to be able to provide them the counseling, including the people, the family, the friends that will be together with this OFW center that we are wanting to have in the different regions all over the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Marisa from OFW Party List. As a former mayor, I've encountered problems of OFWs coming back to their families. And in some instances, a lot of them come home without money being saved, simply because of overspending, gambling, or infidelity. What measures do you have in mind, Mr. Speaker, that you can bring up to this House so that we can work on it together?
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, Kong Richard, definitely most of our OFWs are coming home penniless. Why?
Yes.
They do not know how to save. They should be having a financial literacy, and that is one of the factors that we want to be having in our OFW centers. They should be having a saving tips. They should not be giving more money remittances to their families and just buying gadgets, cell phones, shoes, dresses, when the money should be saved for future, for their education, for maybe for their housing needs in the future, and the food they will have to put in their table. Most importantly, they are penniless because they are using, I'm sorry, mga mahal nating OFWs, but you are using a lot of your credit cards sa mga bagay po na hindi naman po karapat-dapat at hindi po importante. It has to be a need, not a want. Ang dami pong mga kababayan natin na nagiging biktima, na dedemanda at nakukulong po dahil po sa mga paggamit nila ng kanila pong mga credit cards. Please, let us know how to use our cards. Ang ating pong mga kababayan nagiging penniless dahil po ang perang ipinadadala dito para sa kanilang mga pamilya na dapat po i-save para sa mga bahay nila na gustong hulugan ay napupunta po sa wala. Dahil ito po ay napupunta sa sugal, sa gambling, sa vices, at ang iba po ay sa illegal drugs. Pabayaan po natin ang mga kababayan natin, ang ating mga OFWs is sweating it hard, sweat, blood, and tears to earn the money for their loved ones here in the Philippines. Let us also love the money that they are remitting to be able to give them time to grow and to be able to return back home with the money, with the livelihood that they all deserve. This is the very reason why they are going abroad, Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleague.
Mr. Speaker, I also understand that contract switching is still prevalent to our OFWs. Does it still happen up to now?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleague, it is definitely happening. Ang contract switching po is prevalent sa ating mga overseas workers going abroad. They signed a contract here in the Philippines for a certain amount of salary, and even before their land in their host countries, they are about already to sign another contract for a lower salary. And that is the very reason I am not happy about it, but we were able to close 3 recruitment agencies for this kind of switching of contracts.
Yes, but Mr. Speaker, my follow-up is there a lack of enforcement coming from our government agencies, and what can we do with these problems?
Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleague, as of now, the government is having our crackdown on illegal recruiters, and the POEA is on top of that. But now that the Department of Migrant Workers with Secretary Toots Ople is very much focused, I would like to say that we will be tracking more of our illegal recruiters, and of course, we will be one with them to be able to step down and focus on all these advocacies of tracing our illegal recruiters.
I also understand, Mr. Speaker, that most of our OFWs are unable to get help from our consular and embassy offices. Is this still true?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleague, a lot of our personal accounts from our OFWs, not all, I would not say not all, but most of our Philippine consular offices and embassies abroad are very adamant, they are so relaxed, they are so reluctant, and they are so snobbish to be able to focus on our OFW's concerns and issues. We have our chat groups all over the Middle East, the US, Europe, and other parts of the world, and they were saying, Ma'am, sila po ay nagse-cellphone lamang sa isang tabi at sinabi po sa amin na maghintay po kami. 4-5 oras po kami naghihintay, wala pong nangyayari, pero busy po sila ng kapapanood ng mga teledrama nila. A lot of them are being said, they were saying that we already gave them our problem and they are not very responsive, my fellow colleague. They said, let's just wait, you go back to your employer. Once they cannot give you the exit visa, we cannot do anything. And that's the very reason why our OFW Party List Office is doing every day the best that we can to be able to connect to the different agencies of the government to be able to give them the necessary actions that is needed by our beloved OFWs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are many problems hounding the OFWs. Family members are getting in jail. Some are getting sick and being alone out of the country. Some get into drugs, either them or their families in the Philippines. the social cost of labor migration is so high. I would like to find out from the OFW representative, why are you so passionate in championing the rights, no? The rights of our OFWs?
Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleague, I am very, I would just like, it's my passion. I'm championing the OFW party list because it started when I was in the media as a broadcaster, media personality, and in the movies. I saw the real plight of our OFWs from mga extra natin po na nagsushooting po sa abroad. At ang kanila pong mga kahinaan, nakita po natin na napakalaki ang remittances. Sila po ang sinasabing bagong bayani. 34.884 billion US dollars. Pero kung tutuusin po, hindi po talaga trato sa kanila ay mga bayani. Sila po ang mga kababayan natin na ang first. Ang gusto ko lamang po is to protect the welfare and the health ng ating pong mga OFWs working abroad to better able to give good life for their families. And secondly, gusto ko pong maibigay po sa kanila ang serbisyong nararapat dahil sila po ay nagbibigay ng 8.9% na gross domestic product dahil po sa ating mga remittances. It is the very reason why our Philippine economy is afloat dahil po sa 34.884 million US dollars remittances po natin. Ibigay po natin sa kanila ang nararapat, kagaya po ng sinabi ng ating mahal na Presidente Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I can feel the passion of this representative from OFW, whose advocacy is real and true. And I'd like to say that if there are measures that you'd like to propose to this august chamber, I will be with you in empowering the laws that affect our OFWs and therefore give their families a better chance in life. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My fellow colleague, Congressman Richard Gomez, maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the Honorable Marisa Del Mar, I move that her speech be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, the Honorable Zia Alonto Adyong, be recognized to avail of the privilege R.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. All praise is due to Allah, the sovereign creator of the universe, the God of no equal. Peace and blessings be upon the last prophet of God, Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, the seal of the prophets, whom God chose to be the bearer of his holy message and his sign of mercy unto mankind. Peace and blessings be upon the pure progeny of the prophet and to his fortunate companions. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I rise on the matter of personal and collective privilege to address this honorable chamber on the fate of the thousands of families in Marawi City and in Lanao del Sur as they grapple with their everyday lives, trying to overcome the pain and the trauma that was brought upon them 5 years ago by the tragic event happened in Marawi City. Mr. Speaker, our lives are linked in a way that makes us responsible for one another. Despite having been born and raised in Mindanao, in Marawi City, to be specific, I know that life I now have is not merely of my own making. To be a Muslim, a Bangsamoro and a Maranao in the Philippines, is to live in a country defined by diversity in its attempts at embracing it. We are all responsible for one another, Mr. Speaker. When Taal volcano erupted in 2020, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government immediately deploy the relief mission to help those who have been displaced across the province of Batangas. With a history that intimately knows the struggle of being displaced from one's home, the BARM did not hesitate in sending aid and relief to those who needed it the most. In Lipa, Batangas, we met two children, Muhammad Raihan and Hafiza, and their mother, Nashiba. Just 3 years before, they were displaced from Marawi City due to the siege in 2017. They found themselves in Lemery, Batangas, but were again displaced due to the Taal eruption. Mr. Speaker, displacement can happen to anyone, anywhere. Over 100,000 continue to grapple with internal displacement in the Philippines, and its effect continue to be felt as internally displaced persons or IDPs go through the difficult process of return, local integration, and resettlement. It is therefore important for us, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the rights of the IDPs in the Philippines would be upheld and protected at every possible juncture. This is why the passage of an IDP rights bill must count as one of our priority pieces of legislation in the 19th Congress. In Abra, just recently, Mr. Speaker, more than 500,000 people have been affected by a 7.0 magnitude earthquake that was followed by more than 1,000 aftershocks with a maximum of 5.0 magnitude. About 1 in 10 of those affected are currently displaced, with 49,794 IDPs recorded as of August 13. Most of them, Mr. Speaker, are being hosted by their families and friends in nearby municipalities, with barely 1,000 IDPs in 9 evacuation centers currently placed across Region 1 and the Cordillera Administrative Region, or CAR. The government also confirmed the death of 11 individuals along with 609 injured. In Mindanao alone, Mr. Speaker, more than 20,000 families remain displaced. Almost 3,000 of them displaced within only the past couple of months. Take note, Mr. Speaker, also that across the Philippines, thousands more are displaced by incidents of crime, conflict, and disasters such as floods and earthquakes. Mr. Speaker, we are responsible for each other. There are 243 legislative districts in the Philippines, and while I have had my fair share of traveling around the country, there is no district that I know better than the one I grew up in, a district which I now have the honor of serving as a legislator and as its representative to the Philippine Congress. That I stand with you today here in the halls of Batasang Pambansa, Mr. Speaker, is not only a matter of privilege that I now have, thanks to the mandate given to me by the people of Lanao del Sur, people of the First Legislative District of Lanao del Sur. It is above everything else, Mr. Speaker, a matter of obligation to a constituency made up of communities that raised me into the public servant I am today. And while many districts are popular in their own right, the First District of Lanao del Sur is undoubtedly known by most, if not all of us here today, because at its heart is Marawi City, the capital of Lanao del Sur, where the roots of every Maranao can be traced back to. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, Marawi City was thrust into national consciousness as a siege crept its way into our streets and into our skies. At least 98% of the city's population was forcibly displaced at the height of the conflict. On paper, our harrowing ordeal lasted 5 months. For our people, it felt like a lifetime. 5 years after the siege, Task Force Bangon Marawi still places the number of internally displaced persons at 85,335 individuals, which roughly amounts to more than 17,500 households. Last June, Mr. Speaker, in an event with the local government of Marawi City, the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development said that the rehabilitation program of Marawi City is 80% rehab completed. Rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, however, is not mere reconstruction. It takes more than rebuilding infrastructure because we need also, Mr. Speaker, to rebuild lives. This is why the passage of Republic Act 11696 or the Marawi Siege Compensation Act of 2022, which was enacted by the immediate predecessor of this Congress in April 2022, was not just a welcome development, Mr. Speaker, but a necessary one. However, implementing the provisions of the said law heavily depends on the creation of the Marawi Compensation Board. The Marawi Compensation Board, Mr. Speaker, requires members with a deep understanding of compensation as a result of rights recognition, both under Philippine law and international law. The board shall be composed of 9 members, all of whom shall be appointed by the President. The President has said, President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. has said in his State of the Nation address that, and I quote, "We live in difficult times brought about by some forces of our own making, but certainly also by forces that are beyond our control," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the people of my province, the people of Marawi City, have dealt with these forces their entire lives. The forces that came with the siege back in 2017 continue to be felt by the people of my province. The establishment of the Marawi Compensation Board is necessary to the success of our joint rehabilitation and recovery efforts. To establish the board is to commit strongly in supporting us, the people of Marawi and the province of Lanao del Sur, regain control of our circumstances. On this note, Mr. Speaker, we respectfully and humbly appeal to the President to consider the immediate constitution of the Marawi Compensation Board and the appointment of its 9 members in accordance with the qualification laid out in the Marawi Compensation Act. Land, Mr. Speaker, is central to the rehabilitation and recovery of Marawi City. And Task Force Bangon Marawi, in its latest report, particularly in the section regarding harmonization of land records, recognizes just as much. Marawi City's total land area nearly covers 9,000 hectares, more than 2/3 of which has been classified as a military reservation since the Americans built their first camp in the area during the early 1900s. In the aftermath of the siege, Mr. Speaker, residents of Marawi City have strongly appealed for the reclassification and redistribution of these lands to the rightful owners. Families that raised generations in the city and communities that have built and sustained local economies in the district and the province. While we acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the ongoing efforts of the Department of Agrarian Reform towards the distribution of lands in Camp Kitli to identify farmer beneficiaries in the area, there are also a need to account for tradition and cultural sensitivities that are distinct to the people of Marawi City and their relationship to land. Along with the legal implications, Mr. Speaker, we humbly, again, and respectfully appeal to the President to consider the lived realities of the Maranao people as the executive branch pursues the continued reclassification and redistribution of lands in Marawi City. Together with these efforts, we in the legislature must ensure that appropriations in the years immediately following the passage of Republic Act 11696 will ensure funds necessary to effectively and efficiently implement the said law. The General Appropriations Act is a reflection of the administration's priorities on the ground, and we must strongly assert our commitment to the rehabilitation and recovery of Marawi City. Mr. Speaker, I am here in the House of Representatives at the pleasure and will of the people of Lanao del Sur's 1st District, drawing knowledge and experience not only from my years in the Bangsamoro government, but in the years I have spent learning from and living with the Bangsamoro people. It is a privilege to stand with all of you here today, dear colleagues. And with it is an obligation, to constantly carry the concerns of my constituency into the national consciousness. It is my deepest hope and prayer that by the time that the 19th Congress draws to a close, all of us will remember the seat for Marawi City and the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, not merely because of the tragedy that has irreversibly changed our lives, but mostly because of the meaningful and relevant work that we would have already accomplished, if only to bring comfort and healing to my people. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Sanggibuwa salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to,
The gentleman, the Honorable Abante, Your Honor.
may I be allowed, Mr. Speaker, to just ask some clarificatory questions to the good gentleman of the First District of Lanao del Sur.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, it will be a privilege and an honor to respond to the question of the honorable gentleman on the floor.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker,
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am just very much...
Just a quick parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Come again.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
May query lang siya.
Session resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from the 1st District of Iloilo, the Honorable Janet Garin, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Janet Garin is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would actually have respectfully yielded to the Honorable Bishop, my mentor, my idol, and a person that most, if not all of us, respect so much. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I just wanted to point out that in our rules, all motions, privileges should be addressed to the Speaker and the Majority Leader. With that, Mr. Speaker, may I yield to the holder of wisdom in this House, the Honorable Benny Abante.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Benvenido Abante of the 6th District of City of Manila for his interpellation.
The Honorable Bante is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, my most beautiful Deputy Minority Leader in the 18th Congress, Representative Janet Garin. But I am not older, Mr. Speaker. I'm just a veteran. Anyway, to the good gentleman of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, it actually caught me by surprise on your privileged speech. Because for the past years, I was told that a lot of things are being done for the progress of Marawi City. But today, upon hearing the privileged speech of the good gentleman of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, it began to dawn on me that almost nothing has been done, Mr. Speaker. What would the gentleman from the 1st District say about this?
Mr. Speaker, there are substantial accomplishments on the ground, I have to admit. On the issue of infrastructure, the Task Force Bangon Marawi, along with the local government of Marawi City, has substantially addressed some of the gaps, including the construction of sports complex, the ongoing construction of market complex, and several other barangay halls that are being constructed currently in Marawi City. But yes, if I may continue, Mr. Speaker, but the whole idea of rehabilitation does not rely solely on reconstruction alone, Mr. Speaker, because the master plan, if I may recall it correctly, the master plan that we prepared, Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, includes not only the reconstruction of Marawi City, but those other areas of concern: education, livelihood, peace and order, etc., Mr. Speaker. So yes, there is a substantial progress in Marawi City in terms of reconstruction, but there are also other things that we need to continue on and to aggressively address. The idea of the IDPs having left and forcibly leaving their homes and temporarily residing in some other cities and areas for the past 5 years, there are gaps of services that we need to address, including livelihood and other means, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I chose to interpellate the good gentleman from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur because in my district in Manila belongs the largest population of Muslims in the city of Manila, which many of them actually live in your district, in your province. Mr. Speaker, from the time that the siege in Marawi happened, how many years now, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, if I may recall it correctly, the actual firefight, siege, the actual encounter between our troops and the local terrorist group happened on May 23, 2017. 2017, Mr. Speaker.
2017. So
that's
now
correct, Mr. Speaker.
It's about 5 years.
Yes, more than 5 years, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, you said, Mr. Speaker, honorable gentlemen, that only infrastructure projects in Marawi City was done. Is that true, Mr. Speaker?
May I qualify my response to that, Mr. Speaker? There are substantial. But the ones that we are very apparent to the eye, and the one that is continuously reported to the media, Mr. Speaker, is the infrastructure component. There are, however, issues that covers livelihood, education, and etc. That is also being done in Marawi City. But it is not as aggressive as the one that we see on the part of the infrastructure programs, Mr. Speaker. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Task Force Bangon Marawi, by virtue of its creation, Administrative Order Number 3, and then subsequently amended as Administrative Number 9, has no absorptive capacity to handle funds. Ultimately, because this is an interagency task force, and member departments of the TFBM has prior administrative priority to implement the programs. In other words, Mr. Speaker, apart from the funding that is sourced out from the OCD, the Office of Civilian Defense, Marawi Rehabilitation has no specific dedicated funding, Mr. Speaker. It is pulled out from the savings of various departments that are member of the task force Bangon Marawi, Mr. Speaker.
In your assessment, Mr. Speaker, since the time of the siege, how much % of development has been done in Marawi City?
Mr. Speaker, if we rely, Mr. Speaker, on the statistics given, the numbers given by Task Force Bangon Marawi, based on their report, the accomplishment report as of July 2022, again, I would like to reiterate to the good gentleman from Manila that according to the report, 80% has already been accomplished.
And Mr. Speaker, and you do not believe that?
Well, we have different interpretation, Mr. Speaker, because if we ask the residents of the 24 barangays inside the most affected area, they have yet to return to their homes, Mr. Speaker. And they are still, most of them are living temporarily in the evacuation, permanent temporary shelters, and there are also ongoing construction of permanent shelters where they are to be moved there and live there permanently. The idea, Mr. Speaker, is there are hundreds of families who are still home-based, IDP, Mr. Speaker. And the good gentleman is talking to one of those home-based IDPs.
So,
This
Mr.
person,
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, this humble representation is officially part of the data. I am an internally displaced person.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask if there is any budget allocation
Mr. Speaker, in the previous...
on the Bangsamoro region, on the rehabilitation of Marawi City?
The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is still under a transition period, Mr. Speaker. And although they are the formation of the Task Force Bangon Marawi by virtue of the Administrative Order Number 3 preceded the plebiscite that gave birth to the actual political structure that we now have in the BARM. The Bangsamoro Transition Authority immediately created a special committee on Marawi Rehabilitation with its counterpart on the executive branch, the Marawi Master Plan, in order to complement and also to support the ongoing rehabilitation of Marawi City. But the complete rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, of Marawi City relies solely under the mercy of the national government. But the BARM has its own efforts in order to complement the gaps in between, insofar as the rehabilitation efforts on the ground is concerned, Mr. Speaker. But there is a budget for that which is not part and should not be included part of the report of the TFBM, because BARM is a separate entity altogether insofar as the rehabilitation of Marawi is concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there being that the Bangsamoro autonomous region is still under transition. It only means, Mr. Speaker, that the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region does not yet know the budget or do not yet have the budget for the rehabilitation of Marawi City.
Mr. Speaker, again, I can only answer for the years that I have spent with the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. During our caucus and deliberation to enact the Bangsamoro Appropriations Act, we have already allocated funding for Marawi Rehabilitation because that is part of the 12-point agenda of the government of the day, the rehabilitating Marawi. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to give the good gentleman an example of that effort and the intention to complement the ongoing rehabilitation, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Government allocated 400 million pesos to establish water supply in Marawi City, which inaugurated, not inaugurated, but we had the privilege of joining and attending the ribbon cutting, the groundbreaking of this 400 million worth of water supply to some barangays, Mr. Speaker, of Marawi City.
Mr. Speaker, it means that the 400 million pesos for water supply is just a pittance, no? Compared to the need to rehabilitate.
That is correct. That is
Marawi
correct.
City.
Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. It's a far cry from the demand and from the needed support of Marawi City in order to fully rehabilitate it and for the people of the city, Mr. Speaker, to fully recover from the tragic event that happened 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, realizing this happening right now, I would like to ask if the gentleman from Lanao del Sur believe that there are certain government agencies that have been lax, actually, in getting the development of Marawi City.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I beg to, I hope the good gentleman from Manila, I don't intend to use the word lax, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure there are also efforts coming from different departments. But in terms of the delay and supposedly what we were in fact assured, Mr. Speaker, in the previous administration, that by the time President Duterte steps down, Marawi City, especially Maa, most affected area, will be fully rehabilitated. And this is not a timeline that was set by the people of Marawi. It's actually a timeline set by the TFBM. But unfortunately, up to now, the residents of Maa are still living outside of their communities where they used to live. Now, I don't intend, Mr. Speaker, to use the word lax with due respect to the gentleman from Manila. I think it has several reasons that we need to consider. One is the budget. Because as I've said, and I would like to reiterate, because TFBM has no absorptive capacity to handle and implement programs that are actually lumped and lodged in departments that are member of TFBM, it has no, the implementation of the program is not immediate, and it's not immediate also, Mr. Speaker, and it's not, what you call this, it's not, that they don't have the access, that's what I'm trying to say, the immediate access to source out these funds, apart from asking the OCD and asking all these departments, Mr. Speaker, to dole out and to implement programs that is intended for Marawi City, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarifications. I really would like to ask more questions, but my colleague in the majority leader is already looking at me. So, ihinto ko na po ito, being a member of the Committee on Rules. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Mr.
gentlemen
Speaker,
from
thank you.
Lanao del Sur.
I'd also like to thank the good gentleman from Manila for welcoming my kababayan into their city. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable.
Before we recognize the next person who will deliver the privilege speech, I think we have already expired. The time for privilege hour is already expired. So may I request the floor leader to move for an extension?
Mr. Speaker, there being other members who wishes to have their privilege speech and we still have the time, may we allow the extension of the privilege hour?
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The privilege hour is hereby extended for another hour. Please proceed, Madam Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gentle Lady from the 2nd District of Batangas, the Honorable Jerbel Luistro.
The lady from Batangas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to my distinguished colleagues. Very short interpellation to our distinguished legislator from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur. Mr. Speaker, may I know from our distinguished legislator, having witnessed what happened to Marawi City, if he is indulging on the idea of filing an internally displacement in the Philippines bill?
Mr. Speaker? Yes, certainly, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a positive step forward in not only addressing the concerns of the IDPs, but in fact to make it as an institution, as a policy of the state, to continuously assist, Mr. Speaker, the IDPs. Because responding to the needs of the IDPs, Mr. Speaker, does not only mean providing them ayuda and relief assistance. And we know how the government, Mr. Speaker, implements this program under the Quick Relief Fund. There are a certain number of hours. The DSWD and the ILG, Mr. Speaker, gets into the picture. But to the sustainable effort that the government needs to put up in providing assistance to the IDPs, I think, Mr. Speaker, if this Congress contemplates on enacting a policy, and that would be a great leap from our current condition to the one that we would probably provide for our internally displaced persons, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I also wish to ask our distinguished legislator if we are inclined towards this direction. May we know what rights of the internally displaced Filipinos are we considering to define and implement under the supposed IDP bill?
Mr. Speaker, I can only speak based on my experience and the experience of my kababayan, Mr. Speaker. When Marawi siege happened and there was a volume of families moving from Marawi City to Iligan City and to Cagayan de Oro City and elsewhere in the Philippines. There are, in fact, a problem of sending their kids to school. Because, Mr. Speaker, it would be very, very difficult, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of the school year, once you need, the family needs to remove, to relocate to other areas, it would be very difficult for the students, Mr. Speaker, to enroll to a particular school without the school requiring for 138-A form, the credentials of the students. So those are one of the challenges that we face. That's why in Marawi City, there's a spike of out-of-school youth when Marawi siege happened. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, our experience is that many of our businessmen, and Maranaos are actually known to be businessmen. You go everywhere and anywhere in the Philippines, you will find a Maranao doing business in your cities. Many of the businesses, Mr. Speaker, are actually businessmen are actually sourced out their funding to put up their capital from loans. And these loans are currently being paid by them while their business was completely destroyed. So these are the gaps, Mr. Speaker, perhaps, that we can look into by providing access to education, access to livelihood. That in order for the IDPs to decide to resettle, not to reintegrate again from their communities that they left, to resettle to another area. And perhaps the government needs to put up, as a matter of state policy, to assist the IDPs in this matter, Mr. Speaker. Sabi ko nga, hindi lang dapat ayuda, dapat sustainable. Dahil meron pong mga IDPs, Mr. Speaker, na up to now, 5 taon na wala po silang sa kanilang komunidad. 5 taon. Yung iba, ilang taon po. So yung mga ayuda po natin, it would only good for a certain number of days. But what will happen to them sa mga susunod pa pong mga taon? And this is a lived reality of our IDPs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, is it also the intention of the distinguished legislator to impose obligations on the part of the local government units in addressing our concern about IDPs? And if so, may we know what extent of obligation is he intending to consider?
Well, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we know how the LGUs work. It is part of their mandate. Papasok po ang DILG dyan. Of course, as a responder, magre-responde po ang ating mga LGUs. And in fact, there is already a pending bill authored by the leadership of this House requiring all LGUs to construct a facility intended for the IDPs, because we are not only talking about man-made calamities here, Mr. Speaker. All throughout the year, we've been visited by typhoons and earthquakes and floods. So I think it is timely that we have this bill, and we need also, Mr. Speaker, under this leadership, Mr. Speaker, it's time that we also pass this bill in order for the LGUs to respond timely and accurately on the needed when calamity strikes their area. But then again, the LGU can only do so much because under the Quick Relief Fund, they can only respond to a certain number of days. And that's where, Mr. Speaker, DSWD comes in. And that's the experience that we had. If we can expand, perhaps, under the law, and give more leeway for the LGUs to accurately, efficiently respond to the needs of the IDPs, then that would be better. Remember, Mr. Speaker, when calamity strikes, it's not the LGU or the community where the IDPs reside go to. It's mostly the neighboring cities and LGUs, Mr. Speaker. In the case of Marawi City, we are thankful to our neighboring cities of Iligan City and Cagayan de Oro for welcoming our IDPs coming from Marawi City, and even in Manila and elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. I've mentioned in my privilege speech, we encountered a family they were living in Batangas, in I believe the home province of the good lady on the floor. And we're also thankful for our kababayans for welcoming our IDPs from Marawi City.
To conclude my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to commend the advocacy or vision of our distinguished legislator to help and support internally displaced Filipinos. It is indeed difficult to be caught at the middle of catastrophes, be it an act of man or an act of God. As a legislator from Batangas, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to all the legislators who helped the Taal volcano victims. Moreover, I wish to manifest my strongest support to the intention of the distinguished legislator from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur to pass a legislation protecting the IDPs. Thank you very much.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. Speaker, at marami pong salamat sa aking kabatch, Congressman Jinky of Batangas. Thank you very much.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, the Honorable Sia Alonto Adjong. We would like to request that the speech of the Honorable Adjong be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the gentleman from Malasakit at Bayanihan Party List, the Honorable Anthony Rolando T. Goles Jr., be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from Malasakit at Bayanihan Party List, the Honorable Representative Anthony Rolando Goles, is recognized for his privileged speech.
Mr. Speaker, and to all my distinguished peers and colleagues in the House of Representatives, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Our country is facing a crisis within a crisis right now. A public health emergency wherein protocols, procedures, and policies are not suited to deter its effects. I am no longer referring to the COVID pandemic, nor am I referring to the new threat of monkeypox that have just surfaced a few weeks ago. I am now referring to the crisis of compassion fatigue among our health workers, placing our frontliners at higher risk of physical, emotional, economic, and social burnout. Let me start, Mr. Speaker, in paying homage to all doctors, nurses, medical technologists, therapists, social workers, medical and health professionals, and all frontliners in general. Without them, Mr. Speaker, and their undying passion for their profession and for the Filipino people, we would not be able to overcome the challenges of the pandemic. Our survival, recovery, and growth as a nation is partly because of their service and their sacrifice. And I hope I am speaking on their behalf when I say that our nation is forever indebted to our frontliners and to their sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, it is well-established fact that in the delivery of healthcare, compassion is one of its central components. We expect our frontliners and medical professionals to not only be scientifically proficient, but also to be compassionate, to be efficient in their delivery of care. This compassionate care, according to research, is associated with greater patient satisfaction, improved doctor-patient or healthcare provider-to-patient relationship, and improved psychological state among patients. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the expectation to provide compassion despite high-stress environment is causing what we call compassion fatigue. Fiona Cocker of Monash University and Nerida Joas of the University of Melbourne, in a systematic review of compassion fatigue published in 2016 in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, defined compassion fatigue as a stress resulting from exposure to traumatized individuals and to the convergence of secondary traumatic stress, or STS, and cumulative burnout. In simpler terms, Mr. Speaker, it is a state wherein those who are supposed to provide compassion and support to others are already physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted as a result of transference of trauma from the patient to the caretaker, and from the burnout caused either by heavy workload, stressful conditions, or both. It was also defined as a state of physical, mental exhaustion caused by depleted ability to cope with one's everyday environment. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the environment, the stress, the conditions that we are placing our doctors and our frontliners are depleting their capacity to care and extend compassion. Compassion fatigue may be experienced by anyone, but those that are regularly exposed to traumatic experiences of people they service, such as healthcare professionals, are particularly susceptible to developing compassion fatigue. According to their study, Mr. Speaker, compassion fatigue can impact standards of patient care, relationships with colleagues, and to lead more serious mental health conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, or depression. Compassion fatigue has been documented in the Philippines even before COVID pandemic among nurses, physicians, guidance counselors, and policemen. In a study conducted by Marilu Andrea Candano and Mary Rose Ann Mancuyas, compassion fatigue has been observed in the nurses of the Philippine Heart Center, and their findings further revealed that higher level of work stress results to higher chance of secondary traumatic stress among nurses. In other words, Mr. Speaker, as early as 2015, our researchers are documenting the link between increased workload and secondary traumatic stress, or the stress acquired by nurses and caretakers. The more work that we put on our frontliners, as the study shows, the higher risk that they acquire burnout and compassion fatigue. Our doctors are also prone to compassion fatigue. In a study by Anjali Ann C. Ang and Agnes L. Soriano Estrella of the Philippine General Hospital, among OB-GYN residents across the Philippines, of the 311 participants in a survey conducted last 2018, 90.4% of the residents had average level of burnout, while 76.4% of the residents were shown to have compassion fatigue. Although this study, Mr. Speaker, is specifically only to OB-GYN residents in the Philippines, the result is indicative of a growing global trend of physician burnout and can be considered as an evidence of high incidence of burnout and compassion fatigue. During COVID, Mr. Speaker, compassion fatigue is at an all-time high. Studies worldwide have reported that compassion fatigue and burnout from medical and health workers have doubled, if not tripled, during the pandemic. In our case, we have heavily relied on our health workers, Mr. Speaker. Our lives and the lives of our loved ones were literally on their hands. At a time where we could not physically be present due to quarantine restrictions, they were more than just doctors and nurses. They were the hands that our loved ones held at our stead. They were the shoulder that they could cry on, and they gave the hugs and caress that we could not physically give. They cared for us, and they extended this compassion over and beyond what is expected of them. Simply put, the success of controlling this pandemic is mostly due to the brave men and women who showed compassion at the most trying times, our healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker. It is about time that we return the favor. Compassion fatigue is the hero's wounds for our brave frontliners. As we speak, some of them have not fully recovered yet from the effects of burnout and compassion fatigue. And yet we expect them to function at peak performance every single day. I took the privilege to make this speech to aim for institutionalizing the definition of compassion fatigue based from the data of local and international experts and setting as a policy of the state to eliminate all forms of compassion fatigue, and in the furtherance of the citizens' right to the highest attainable standard of health. This representation likewise believes there is a need for the government to commission the review of existing occupational and health standards being applied to hospitals and healthcare system, putting into account that some occupational standards, which includes but not limited to labor standards and regulations, may not be equitably applied to doctors and nurses and other health professionals. In order to prevent compassion fatigue, Congress should also consider to put healthcare workers at a separate class and prescribe a separate set of labor and occupational health standards in order to prevent and eradicate compassion fatigue among healthcare workers. In addition to the review of labor and occupational standards, Mr. Speaker, I also invite the attention of my esteemed colleagues to consider that the House of Representatives conduct an independent survey of the status of public and private hospitals in our country in order to determine the presence of physical and administrative hazards that is contributing to compassion fatigue. Mr. Speaker, much of the fatigue is caused and exacerbated by poor working conditions. It is not new to our knowledge that healthcare workers work and get exposed to the hazardous or most hazardous environment. The aforesaid study, Mr. Speaker, would equip Congress in passing legislation that would take into consideration standards in terms of physical infrastructure and administrative policies, which will prevent compassion fatigue and burnout among health workers. Mr. Speaker, it is not enough for us to build hospitals, but it is also better, Mr. Speaker, for us to build better hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I also like to highlight that it is about time we pay our heroes commensurate to their sacrifice. This representation is likewise respectfully praying, Mr. Speaker, setting a minimum pay for doctors, nurses, and other allied health workers, and to prescribe the equitable hazard pay and other compensation if possible. Aside from giving the proper compensation proportionate to their hazards they face, Mr. Speaker, it is also reiterated herein that there is also a need to set policies that would make our compensation packages to be globally competitive. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I pray that this august body, the government, would institutionalize programs and services designed to equip doctors, nurses, and other health workers. The idea, Mr. Speaker, is that along with the revision of labor and occupational health standards, compulsory wellness leaves for health workers would also be institutionalized in order for health workers to properly recuperate and to recover. In this period, they would also be receiving mental and psychological support, such as, but not limited to, counseling, training, and other services. To some, Mr. Speaker, compassionate fatigue, physician burnout is a rising global trend, a crisis within a crisis. We are already winning the war against the pandemic, and thanks to our heroes who valiantly fought the battle for us. Let us not lose the second war against compassion fatigue, and it is about time for us to fall in line and support the front line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Malasakit at Bayanihan Party List Representative, the Honorable Anthony Roslando Goles, to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Session suspended for 2 minutes.
pa to.
Session is resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable representative from ACT Teachers Party List to avail of the privilege hour. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List is recognized. Please proceed, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ngayon pong Agosto ay buwan ng wika and at the same time po ay kasaysayan. Pero ang talumpati ko po ay kaugnay doon sa red tagging at book purge na ginawa ng Commission ng Wikang Pilipino at ng NTF-ELCAC o yung National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. Mr. Speaker, bago po ako magsimula doon sa bahagi o laman ng aking talumpati, gusto ko po munang basahin ang isang saknong mula sa Juan Tamban, isa sa mga dula sa teatro politikal na sinulat po ni Malu Jacob, isa sa 5 mga author na pinatigil ang pagpapalimbag ng aklat. Ito po ay ang koro sa kaliwa. Ang daigdig ni Juan ay puno ng mga taong maralita. Kaming maralita ay may damdamin. Kaming maralita ay marunong masaktan at masiyahan. Kaming maralita ay may sadyang kabaitan. Kaming maralita ay may pangangailangan at karapatan. So ito po yung isang saknong mula doon sa koro sa kaliwa na isinulat po ni Malu Jacob. So muli, Sir Speaker, magandang hapon mga kamambabatas at sa ating speaker. Minabuti po ng kinatawang ito na buksan ang pribilehong talampati na ito gamit ang mga salita ng isa sa mga autor na pilit na pinatatahimik. Nitong Agosto 9, matapos i-red tag sa SMNI ng serial red tagger na si Lorraine Badoy Partosa at iba pang ahente ng National Task Force to End Local Communist Conflict o yung NTF-ELCAC, ang di bababa sa 17 libro naglabas ang 2 commissioner ng Komisyon ng Wikang Pilipino o KWF ng Memorandum 2022-0663 na nag-uutos ng isang book purge. Walang nilatag na batayan o ebidensya ang SMNI. Si Badoy Partosa at iba pang mga sangkot sa pagbibintang na ito. Anila, may mga CP at reference ang mga akda sa mga dokumento ng Communist Party of the Philippines at ang New People's Army at ang mga ito ay may lahok na subversibo at kontra-gobyerno. Ni-red tag at sinalaula din ang alaala ni Alice Guillermo, isang batikang kritiko at historiador ng sining, at si Bienvenido Lombera, pambansang alagad ng sining sa literatura at pangulong tagapagtatag ng ACT Teachers Party List noong 2009. Mr. Speaker, sabi pa nga ng memorandum, ang mga libro ay may mga sublimal, and I quote, sublimal na ideolohiyang nangihimok at o nakapag-uudyok na labanan ang pamahalaan. May malabantang utos din ang KWF, and I quote, huwag ipamigay ang mga tukoy na aklat sa ibaba upang hindi tayo managot sa RA 11479 o ang Anti-Terrorism Act, particular sa Section 9, inciting to commit terrorism. Dahil sa red baiting at book purge na ito, Mr. Speaker, pinagbabawalan ang pag-iimprenta ng 5 akdang tinukoy at inutos ang pull-out ng mga ito sa lahat ng mga aklat sa paaralan. Sinundan ito ng isang di umano'y resolusyon na pinirmahan ng 5 commissioner na may pamagat na Statement of Condemnation on the Illegal Acts of the Chairman of the Commission sa Wikang Filipino, Arthur P. Casanova, on the endorsement, publication, and proliferation of subversive books. Malinaw sa resolusyong ito ang tunay na motibo ng book purge sa pananaw ng 5 pumirma, sila Carmelita Abdurrahman, Benjamin Mendillo, Angela Lorenzana, Alain Rus Dimson at Hope Yu. Ang mga libro ay may mga subversive themes, explicit na anti-Marcos and anti-Duterte contents, at ang mga may akda na tinukoy bilang radical manuscripts. Para lamang po sa kaalaman ng nating lahat, Ginoong Speaker, babanggitin ko po ang mga biniktimang libro sa book purging ng NTF-ELCAC at KWF. Una po ay yung Teatro Political 2 ni Malu Jacob. Pangalawa, Kalatas, Mga Kwentong Bayan at Kwentong Buhay ni Romel Rodriguez. Pangatlo, Tawid Diwa sa Pananagisag ni Bienvenido Lombera. Ang Bayan, ang Manunulat at ang Magasing Sagisag na imahinatibong yugto ng Batas Militar 1975 to 1979 ni Dexter Cayanes. Pang-apat, May Hadlang ang Umaga ni Agustin Pagusara at ang panglima ay ang Labas, Mga Palabas sa Labas ng Sentro ni Ruel Aguila. Para rin sa inyo pong kabatiran, ang 5 autor ay pawang mga premyado at kilala sa kani-kanilang mga larangan. Ang Labas, Mga Palabas sa Labas ng Sentro ni Aguila ay kinilala ng Don Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature. Tinaguriang pinakamataas na award-giving body ng Pilipinas sa panitikan. Palanca awardee rin sina Rodriguez at Pagusara na isa ring biktima ng martial law. Samantala, patong-patong na mga award na tinanggap ni Jacob hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas, pati na rin sa ibang bansa. Karamihan sa kanila ay mga respetadong guro, lahat ay makabayang alagad ng sining. Nanganganib din na mawala sa mga aklatan ang iba pang mga akda na niredtag ni Badoy at NTF-ELCAC. Mandakin nyo, mga makapwa ko mambabatas, na sa buwan ng wika pa talaga pilit na pinutol ang mahigpit na ugnayan ng wika at ng ating lipunan. Mantakin po natin na ang ilang buwan na lang ang lumipas matapos ipalimbag at ipaimprenta ng KWF ang mga librong ito, ay pinatigil ng KWF mismo ang kanilang diseminasyon. Pinagbibintangan ang sariling mga pinalimbag, tinuring na krimen ang kritisismo, na kasalanan ang katotohanan. Ang dapat na taliba ng wika, umakto bilang Board of Censors. Subversibo o naglalahad lamang ng mga politikal at panlipunang realidad. Ayon nga sa tagapangulo na si Arthur Casanova ng KWF, wala ni isa sa mga akda ang subversibo at sa katunayan ay sumailalim sila ng pagsusuri at pumasa sa KWF unit ng publikasyon. Kabilang ang pagtanggap ng imprimatur, pahintulot ng 2 full-time na commissioner, dagdag niya, mapanganib na yumuyurak sa malayang pamamahayag at akademikong kalayaan ang inutos sa book purging. Mga kapwa ko mambabatas, habang nagsasalita ako ngayon, hindi bababa sa 40 departamento sa mga universidad at kolehiyo at mga organisasyon at individual na nagtataguyod ng wika, kultura at edukasyon ang kumundina sa red tagging at pagsisensurang ito na ginawa ng NTF-ELCAC at KWF. Sa mismong mga sandaling ito, dumarami pa ang mga guro, manunulat, direktor, artista at mga manggagawa sa sining ang nagpapahayag ng matinding dismaya at galit na mistulang Nazi-inspired na book burning. Halos iisa ang kanilang bose sa paghihingi ng pananagutan sa ginawang paglabag sa kalayaan sa pananalita, pagpapahayag at kalayaang akademiko at kalayaan ng lahat ng mga manlilikha sa buhay, kalayaan, kaligtasan, lalo na ng mga autor ng mga tinarget na mga akda. Sa darating na Miyerkules ay haharap sa Committee on Basic Education and Culture ang KWF. Ngayon pa lang, Ginoong Speaker, sinasabi ko na dapat silang maghanda na eksplanasyon kung bakit nila piniling maghasik ng walang batayang ngunit nagsasapanganib na akusasyon sa halip na tuparin ang kanilang mandato sa ilalim ng Saligang Batas at ng Republic Act 7104 o ang charter ng KWF. Ayon nga sa Section 9 ng Artikulo 14, ang KWF ay mag-uugnay at magtataguyod ng mga pananaliksik sa Filipino at iba pang mga wika para sa kanilang pagpapaunlad, pagpapalaganap at pagpapanatili. Isa sa mga tungkulin ng KWF ayon sa charter nito ay to encourage and promote the writing and publication in Filipino and other Philippine language of original works, including textbooks and reference materials and various disciplines. Section 14, paragraph E. Dapat magpaliwanag ang KWF, lalong-lalo na yung mga pumirmang mga komisyoner at ang NTF-ELCAC. Ano ang kinakatakot ninyo sa mga tula, dula at prosa, sa mga pahinang nagbubukas, sa mga mambabasa sa mga mundong kathambuhay ngunit katotohanan? Nasaan ang subversyon o rebelyon sa pagpapalathala ng katotohanan ukol sa batas militar at pagpapahirap na dinanas ng mga Pilipino sa ilalim nito? Bakit ninyo pilit na ibinabalik ang bansa sa panahon ng sensura, sa madilim at madugong panahon ng binubusalang mga labi at ginapos na kamay panulat? Sapagkat ano ang terorismo kung hindi ang paggamit ng mga makapangyarihang armas ng Estado upang pagbantaan at takutin ang mamamayan upang patahimikin sila at ilugmok para paniwalaan lamang nila ang mga ideyang gustong paniwalaan nila? Hinihiling ng kinatawang ito, Ginoong Speaker, na agarang pagbasura ng iligal na memorandum at resolusyon ng KWF na nag-uutos ng book purging. Sinisingil natin mula sa KWF at NTF-ELCAC ang paghingi nila ng paumanhin sa publiko sa ginawa nilang red tagging at pagsesensura. Mga kamambabatas, dapat nating tuldukan ang mga ganitong kilos ng mga ahensya at opisyal na nagsasapanganib sa buhay at kaligtasan ng mga mamamayan at yumuyurak sa karapatan sa pananalita, pamamahayag at akademikong kalagayan. Hindi unang beses na nangyari ang book purge na ito at hindi ito ang unang atake laban sa libro. Isinagawa ito sa konteksto ng iba pang mga red tagging sa mga guro, autor at publishing houses, sensura online at offline, at historical denialism. Mga ataking sa suma total ay nagsasabing bawal magsalita, bawal magsulat, bawal magbasa at bawal mag-isip. Liban na lang kung ang sasabihin, isusulat, babasahin at iisipin ay mga ideya na nasa poder. Kung hindi tayo kumilos laban sa mga ganitong atake, tayo mismo ang magpapatotoo na sa gobyernong takot sa kritisismo, lahat ng libro ay subversibo. Sa panghuli, Ginoong Speaker, ang aming mensahe, nakikiisa kami sa buong komunidad ng akademya at kultura sa pagigiit. Silang mga takot sa mga tula, dula at prosa ay walang batayan sa katotohanan, batas at makataong asal upang patahimikin ang mga autor at manilikha. Walang dahilan upang piringan ang mga mata ng mga taong nais yakapin ang kanilang mga salita. Ang katotohanan, ang mga takot sa mga librong nakatindig sa eskaparate ay nanginginig sa idea ng mamamayang tumitindig laban sa inustisya, laban sa mga nasa poder na kapangyarihan na gumagamit ng kasinungalingan upang lalong ilugmok ang bayan sa opresyon at kahirapan. Bandang huli, Mr. Speaker, ang aming panawagan, hands off our books, hands off our libraries, no to red tagging. Muli, magandang hapon, Ginoong Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Castro to the Committee on Rules for the appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Floor Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Member of Party List Gabriela Arlene Brosas to avail of the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative Arlene Brosas from Gabriela Party List is recognized for her privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members of the House, good afternoon. Yesterday, August 14, 2022, marks the 13th anniversary of the enactment of the Magna Carta of Women, or MCW Republic Act 9710, a comprehensive women's human rights law that seeks to eliminate discrimination through the recognition, protection, fulfillment, and promotion of the rights of Filipino women, especially those belonging in the marginalized sectors of the society. It conveys women's rights framework based directly on international humanitarian laws. During the 36th session of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or the CEDAW Committee in 2006, the Philippine government pledged its commitment to the Magna Carta of Women and the UN Human Rights Council during its first Universal Periodic Review in 2009. The Republic Act 9710 is a local translation of the provisions of the CEDAW, particularly in defining the state's obligation to implement programs and policies against gender discrimination and uphold women's human rights, guaranteed by the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the ICESCR. But more than a decade since its enactment, Filipino women are still subject to various forms of intense gender-based discrimination and violence. Worse, resources have been scarce for women experiencing violence. It has been difficult for women to access reproductive health services. Many have been left jobless and dependent on their abusive partners for economic support. Moreover, due to the low level of trust in authorities, many women are less likely to report cases to authorities. But internet queries associated with violence against women have risen by 63% in 2020. In a recent survey conducted by Social Weather Stations, or the SWS, 1 out of 4 Filipino adults, or 25%, cited harmful acts in various forms as one of the most pressing concerns of women during this health crisis. The survey found that 11% of Filipino women were concerned about physical violence, while 14% were concerned about sexual and emotional violence, or a total of 25%. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa ko kinatawan, doble ang pasakit na kinakaharap ng kababaihan sa kasalukuyan. Bukod sa matinding kahirapan dulot ng kawalan ng trabaho, nagtataas ang presyo ng bilihin at batayang serbisyo, isang mayor na kinakaharap din ang matinding diskriminasyon at pang-aabuso. Noong mga nakaraang buwan, sunod-sunod ang mga balitang kumakalat sa social media hinggil sa mga nawawalang babae sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. Karamihan sa mga biktima ay natatagpuan na lamang na patay o kaya naman ay hinihinalang ginahasa. Si Jovelyn Galieno na taga Puerto Princesa, Palawan ay nawawala mula August 5, 2022. Sina Princess Marie Conde, Dumantay at Dayan Dayor ay natagpuan namang patay sa Bulacan. Hanggang ngayon, maraming kababaihan ang hindi pa rin nahahanap ng mga otoridad at kanilang mga pamilya. Tila napakabagal ng pag-aksyon ng pulisya pero napakabilis sa panggigipit sa mga aktivista. Hindi rin maikakaila na napakalaki ng impluwensya ng media sa paghubog ng ating lipunan at kultura. This is why we are deeply alarmed by the recent sexist and degrading portrayal of women in social media, music, and films. The proliferation of softcore films in the country is very alarming and reminiscent of how bomba films were used to distract the Filipinos from the economic crisis during the martial law era. One of the major concerns here is the fact that some of these films feature actresses who are taking the role of a student or a young adult who participates in sexually explicit scenes. Moreover, these kinds of content are readily available through the internet and various streaming platforms with little to no regulations in place. The past few years have also seen a rise in concerns about the disproportionate levels of abuse experienced by women on social media platforms. The internet became a major platform for cyber criminals to prey on women and children. Many popular social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and even TikTok became a free space for abusers to engage in sexual exploitation of women and young people through direct messaging or even video chat. Rape jokes, rape threats, and other sexist remarks have also become rampant, which negatively impact women's mental health. These issues help proliferate a dangerous perception that women are mere sex objects, making them more vulnerable to sexual violence in real life. According to Section 5 of the Magna Carta of Women, the state is the primary duty bearer relating to the promotion and recognition of human rights. But how come it seems that it is now one of the primary perpetrators of violence against women? State-sponsored violence against women has long been a systemic issue in the Philippines. According to the report by the Center for Women's Resources, 81 police and military officers have been involved in cases of abuse and violence against women and children from July 2016 to the present. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, as most victims fail to report abuse cases due to fear that they might get blamed or worse, killed. Data from the Karapatan also shows that 134 women rights defenders, leaders, and activists are currently detained in different jails and prisons in the country. Recently, women community organizers have also disappeared and are suspected to be under the custody of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Elizabeth Loy Magbanwa, a labor rights activist, has been missing since May 3, along with fellow activist Alipio Ador Huat. Elgin Mongcal, who is a member of Gabriela Women's Party List, and Maria Elena Cha Cortez Pamposa of Anacpawis were missing since July 3. These cases of extrajudicial arrests and detention were made possible through the Executive Order Number 70, the Anti-Terrorism Act, and the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, which have been used to intensify the climate of repression and suppression in the country. The mere existence of these fascist state apparatuses is a violation of the Magna Carta of Women, a violation of women's right to organize in workplaces and communities, and a violation of women's right to political participation. Mr. Speaker, the Magna Carta of Women is not a mere piece of paper. It is a guiding principle made to ensure that the laws and policies that the government enacts are in line with its responsibility to uphold basic human rights. So for the 13th anniversary of the Magna Carta of Women, we call on the government to heed the call of millions of Filipino women and all forms of discrimination and state-perpetrated violence and the spate of extrajudicial arrests and detention. Sa kabila ng tumitinding supresyon, asahan na ipagpatuloy ng kababaihan ang laban para sa katiyakan sa lupa at paninirahan, agrikultura at industriyang magluluwal ng matiwasay na buhay para sa mga magsasaka at manggagawang Pilipino at pagkilala sa karapatan at kagalingan ng kababaihan at ng mamamayan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Arlene Brosas to the Committee on...
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Raul Manuel, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Representative Raul Daniel Manuel, is recognized for his privileged speech.
Magandang araw, Mr. Speaker. Magandang araw sa ating mga kapwa mambabatas. Let me begin by saying, the idols will be shattered, tyranny will crumble like a house of cards, and liberty will shine out like the first dawn. These phrases are not mine, nor are they from a guidebook for subversives or rebels. These are words from national hero Jose Rizal. But if he were alive today, for sure he would be branded as an enemy of the state, and his writings would be banned. In connection to this, we slam the renewed state-sanctioned book purging drive, this time initiated by the Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino. Ito na ang sinasabi nating chilling effect na bunga ng Anti-Terrorism Law of 2020. Ginagamit ang takot para pigilan ang ating mga kababayan na magsulat, magbasa, at makakuha ng kopya ng mga akda na binabansagang subversibo. Nangyari pa ito ngayong buwan ng wika. Nais nating diinan na bahagi ng pagpapayabong ng wikang pambansa at mga wika sa Pilipinas ang paggamit ng mga ito para ilahad ang ating kasaysayan at ipaliwanag ang mga realidad sa ating lipunan. Hindi madaling mayayakap ng ating mga kababayan ang mga akda na may ganong mga paksa kung nakasulat ang mga ito sa lingwaheng nahihirapan silang unawain. To promote Filipino history, language, and literature, we must exercise and defend academic freedom in schools and libraries. Hindi subversibo at lalong hindi teroristang gawain ang pagbabasa at pagsusulat lamang tungkol sa martial law, sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa at sa mga isyong napapanahon ngayon. Bilang isang kabataan, hindi ko lubos maisip na ang ilan sa mga pinagdaanan ng mga Pilipino dati na nababasa ko lang o napapanood sa mga documentary gaya ng censorship ng mga libro, pag-demonize sa mga manunulat at akademiko, at pagbansag sa kanila bilang supporter ng mga subversibo o terorista ay masasaksihan naming mga kabataan in our lifetime. Mr. Speaker, kung gagamitin ang standards na meron tayo ngayon, terorista na rin ba si Jose Rizal, pati si Andres Bonifacio? Kung terorismo ang pagsusulat ng mga librong may nilalaman na pumupuna sa mga nasa posisyon, dapat na rin bang ipagbawal at sunugin ang mga kopya ng Noli Me Tangere at El Filibusterismo? Ang paghadlang na maging abot kamay para sa mga kabataan at taong bayan, ang impormasyon at mga kwento na bunga ng mga karanasan natin, nangyari man yan ilang taon o ilang dekada ang nakalipas, ay bahagi ng historical distortion at historical denialism. Clearly, the terror law is being used to aid historical distortion. The anti-terror law has become an anti-truth law. Papalalain pa ng terror law ang disinformation at krisis sa edukasyon para lang makinabang ang iilang takot sa kritisismo. Moving forward, we can take control of our future by taking back our past. We ensure accountability by combating historical distortion and denialism in schools, libraries, communities, and the streets. Sinimulan ko ang aking talumpati gamit ang isang quote. Allow me to end it with another quote from Jose Rizal. I do not write for this generation. I am writing for other ages. If this generation could read me, they would burn my books. the work of my whole life. On the other hand, the generation which interprets these writings will be an educated generation. They will understand me and say, not all were asleep in the nighttime of our grandparents. Huwag po nating katakutan ang mga libro. Dapat itigil ang censorship sa mga libro. Yun lamang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel from the Kabataan Party List be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., be recognized to avail of the privileged hour.
The Honorable Gentleman, Representative Bienvenido Abante of the 6th District of Manila is recognized to avail of the privileged hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, my fellow leaders and esteemed colleagues in the House of Representatives, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. This representation rises today on a matter of personal privilege to call attention to hazing, a crime that continues to result in the tragic, needless loss of life, despite the passage of legislation intended to prevent death and injury because of this pernicious practice. 27 years after Congress passed Republic Act number 8049, or the Anti-Hazing Law of 1994, and 4 years after this body revisited the law and passed Republic Act number 11053, or the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, hazing, unfortunately, continues to cut short the lives of promising young men and continues to cause unspeakable pain to their families. Families that are shocked not just by the deaths of their loved ones, but more so by the manner in which their lives ended. The latest victim was a member of our Philippine National Police. His name is Patrolman J.C. de Guzman Ramores. And he was assigned to the 503rd Maneuver Company, the 5th Regional Mobile Force Battalion in San Jacinto, Masbate. The people that did this is likened to what the book of Proverbs said, and I quote, "For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence." End of quote. A report, this representation secured, narrates that on July 26, 2022, at around 1 in the afternoon, Patrolman Ramores was rushed to Ticao District Hospital in San Jacinto due to dizziness. While confined, Mr. Speaker, Patrolman Ramores was diagnosed to have been suffering from urine and blood infection. together with severe high blood pressure. At around 10 p.m., Mr. Speaker, says the report, Patrolman Ramores was declared dead to cardiac arrest. Patrolman Ramores, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, was only 32 years old when he died. Following his death, Bicol Police Regional Office spokesperson Major Malu Kalubakib shared details from the post-mortem report issued on July 28 by the Ticao District Hospital. Referring to the said report, she revealed that the causes of death of Ramores were the following: cardiorespiratory arrest, deep vein thrombosis secondary to pulmonary embolism, and multiple physical injuries secondary to blunt trauma. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, in connection with this, my office also received a very graphic and detailed description of the injuries sustained by Patrol Ramores. I could have shown to you some of the pictures, Mr. Speaker, but because it was so graphic that the Committee on Rules has decided not to. Hindi ko na po ikikwento ang mga detalyeng ito, Mr. Speaker. Suffice it to say, my colleagues and friends, that anyone would be shocked and outraged by the injuries sustained by Patrolman Ramores. Tuwing naaalala ko ito, napapaisip po ako, paano magagawa ito ng isang tao sa kapwa niya? Paano magagawa ito ng pulis sa kapwa niya pulis? Due to these initial findings, Major Kalubakib reported that a special investigation task force was formed to conduct an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Patrolman Ramores. As a result of the inquiry, on August 4, the Bicol Police Regional Office filed charges against the 21 police officers who were involved in the alleged hazing incident that led to the death of Patrolman Ramores. Like the deceased, these 21 police officers are also members of the 503rd Maneuver Platoon of the Regional Mobile Force Battalion 5. In a statement, Major Kalubakib said that the 21 police officers were charged before the Masbate Prosecutor's Office for violation of Republic Act 11053 or the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018. Patrolman Ramores is not the first person whose life was ended by hazing. I fear, Mr. Speaker, that his may not be the last. That sadly is what history tells us. Prior to the enactment of the Anti-Hazing Act of 1995, on June 7, 1995, 10 men died as a result of injuries from hazing. Following the enactment of the law, from August 1995 to September 2017, 34, I repeat, 34, Mr. Speaker, men lost their lives to hazing. In response to this, as I mentioned earlier, Congress revisited the Anti-Hazing Act, and in June 2018, 23 years after the original Anti-Hazing Act, it passed Republic Act 11053, the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018. Despite this, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, 7 more men, including Patrolman Ramores, died from hazing. This brings to 41 the total of lives lost to hazing that we know of. 41 lives, Mr. Speaker. Matagal na natin alam na kailangan tugunan ang isyong ito. That is why Congress deliberated and passed legislation to address hazing. Not once, but twice, in order to ensure that no Filipino would have to endure the pain and suffering inflicted upon Patrolman Ramores. I know, Mr. Speaker, that those allegedly responsible for his death have been charged. I know that the wheels of justice have now been set in motion, and that, God willing, those guilty of this despicable crime will be held accountable for their actions. But even if the guilty parties are convicted by a court of law, a guilty verdict will not bring back Patrolman Ramores, a beloved son who was in his family's breadwinner, a dutiful son who wanted to build a house for his parents. Now, his family will never see him again, and he will not be able to build them the house that he promised. I stood up today to speak, Mr. Speaker, because this representation believes that action must be taken to ensure that Patrolman Ramores does not become a statistic and does not become another entry in a long Wikipedia list. Barely 2 weeks have passed since the death of Patrolman Ramores, my friends and dear colleagues, and this tragedy is no longer being reported on. Soon, this painful episode will be in the rear view mirror of the Philippine National Police. And the more time passes, the greater the likelihood that this case will be forgotten. Pero hindi natin pwedeng hayaan na ibaon lang ito sa limot, mga kaibigan. More must be done, Mr. Speaker, so that history does not repeat itself, and so that families are spared from the pain that the Ramores family will have to live with for the rest of their lives. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that laws against hazing are not enough. When our police, those who are tasked to enforce our laws, engage in a practice that is explicitly prohibited by law, then we have a problem on our hands. Ilan pa ba ang mga ganitong kaso? Is this an isolated case or indicative of a dangerous trend? How prevalent is this in the Philippine National Police? Bakit ba nauuso ang ganitong mga gawain kahit may batas na ipinagbabawal ito? These are questions that require answers if we are to prevent a tragedy of this nature from happening again. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, this representation will be filing a resolution urging the Department of the Interior and local government to conduct an inquiry into the death of Patrolman Ramores to determine the origins and the extent of hazing practices in the ranks of the Philippine National Police. The same resolution will also call on the Commission on Higher Education, the Department of Education, and the National Youth Commission to conduct anti-hazing campaigns to aid efforts to stamp out this practice in our schools once and for all. Ang bawat buhay ay mahalaga. Every life matters. Let us do our part to eliminate hazing in our police and in our schools, and to end the cycle and culture of violence that has resulted in the death of Patrolman Ramores and so many before him. We do not, Mr. Speaker, that the prophecy of the prophet Ezekiel be fulfilled in our beloved land. I quote, "Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes, and the city is full of violence." His tragic and needless death has again taught us the painful lessons of hazing. Let us do all we can so that our country learns from it. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Bienvenido Abante be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to deliver a privileged speech, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Privilege hour is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Gentle Lady from the 3rd District of Pangasinan, the Honorable Maria Rachel Arenas.
The Honorable Arenas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a brief manifestation. I will be filing a House resolution on expressing profound sorrow of the House of Representatives on the death of Fidel Valdez Ramos, 12th President of the Republic of the Philippines, and honoring his contributions to the country. I ask that this resolution be referred to the appropriate committee along with the other similar resolutions earlier filed. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the said resolution comes in tandem with my privileged speech, which I will no longer deliver in the plenary, but would like that this speech be entered into the records of Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Manifestation, duly noted.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, I move that we amend the earlier motions to refer the privileged speeches earlier referred to the Committee on Rules to include the interpellations thereto.
There's a motion to amend an earlier motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions as well as the communications. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General is requested to proceed with the reference of business.
House Bill 3467, expanding the coverage of the tertiary education subsidy by Representatives Revilla Bryan and Revilla Ramon Jolo. 3467.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3468, enhancing the continuing professional development of Filipino professionals as an integral component of the career progression and specialization programs by Representatives Revilla Bryan and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3469, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute by Representatives Revilla Bryan and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3470, creating one additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in Socorro, Surigao del Norte by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3471, establishing Iligan Special Economic Zone in the area occupied and utilized by then National Steel Corporation located in Suarez, Iligan City, Lanao del Norte, creating the Iligan Special Economic Zone Authority by Representative Regencia.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 3472, declaring the Dudiongan Falls in Bonbonon, Iligan City, Lanao del Norte as tourist site and as ecotourism zone by Representative Rehencia.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3473, right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery by Representative Flores.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 3474, providing for early voting for qualified senior citizens and PWDs in national and local elections by Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 3475, exempting senior citizens from the payment of parking fees in all parking areas of private commercial establishments nationwide by Representative Ordanes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 3476, providing for a teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3477, prohibiting the use of plastics, other non-biodegradable materials, and hazardous substances in advertising goods, services, or events, including election propaganda, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 3478, providing for exemption from income tax to military uniformed personnel, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3479, establishing the Philippine Children's Medical Center for Visayas by Representatives Defensor, Ang, and Gorichera.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3480, lowering the optional retirement age of government workers from 60 years old to 56 years old by Representative Silverio.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 3481, declaring Doña Remedios Trinidad, Bulacan as an ecotourism zone by Representative Silverio.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3482, mandating the establishment of a rehabilitation center for persons with alcohol use disorder, providing free therapy and counseling in every province of the Philippines, by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3483, establishing a nursing home for abused, abandoned, and homeless senior citizens in Calamba, by Representative Hernandez.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 3484, lowering the cost of electricity by exempting the system loss charge from VAT, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3485, reorganizing government agencies and instrumentalities involved in the development, regulation, and promotion of the agriculture and fisheries sector by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 3486, creating a hospital-grade clinic in every brigade or command of the AFP by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3487, establishing a National Kidney and Transplant Institute in Maramag, Bukidnon by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3488, granting retirement benefits to all elective or appointed barangay officials who have rendered a consecutive period of 9 years or 3 terms of public service in the barangay by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3489, establishing Upland Sustainable Agroforestry Development Program in Upland Agricultural Lands by Representatives Plaza and Bascug.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3490, condoning all unpaid amortizations, interest, penalties, or surcharges on loans secured under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 3491, transforming DAR into Department of Agrarian Reform and Rural Development by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 3492, instituting agricultural cooperativism in the Philippines by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Bill 3493, declaring Pilis Falls in Palili, Samal, Bataan, an ecotourism site by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3494, declaring Tala, Orani, Bataan, an ecotourism zone by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3495, establishing the Philippine National Public Park System by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3496, providing for the establishment of breast care centers in every region nationwide by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3497, providing for a comprehensive renal replacement therapy for patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals, increasing the PhilHealth package rate for renal replacement therapy of members by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3498, establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 3499, establishing a grant program to provide screenings for glaucoma to individuals determined to be at high risk for glaucoma by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3500, establishing a mammography and breast centers in the Novaliches, Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3501, establishing an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in Asipe, Tagusan del Norte, by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3502, providing for the modernization of public health emergency preparedness and response capability, establishing the Center for Disease Prevention and Control, by Representative Maceda.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3503, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute, by Representative Maceda.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 3504, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representative Maceda.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution 195, urging the House to investigate the unlawful formation of independent electricity market operator of the Philippines and implement the refund of its overcollection, by Representative Dagoac and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 196, expressing the profound condolences of the members of the House of the bereaved family, the late President Fidel V. Ramos, by Representative Tanhuacco.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 197, conveying a thought of comfort and faith on less sympathies from the House of bereaved family of Representatives Orlando Nonoy Giandaya, by Representative Tanhuatco.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 198, urging the DOJ to immediately withdraw the remaining charges against detained former Senator Leila M. De Lima in the light of the recent recantations by the key witness in her drug-related cases, and move for her release from the unjust and arbitrary detention, by Representatives Manuel Castro Franz, Borosas, Hataman, Bordado, Lagman, Defensor, Flores, Dagoac, and Abante.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Resolution 199, directing the appropriate committee to inquire on the prices of medicine and to evaluate the impact of laws enacted to improve access to affordable medicines, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 200, urging the Committee on Social Services and Committee on Poverty Alleviation to inquire into the listing of around 1.3 million beneficiaries of 4Ps by the DSWD, by Representatives Brosas, Castro, Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 201, urging the COMELEC to review the rules and regulations under local absentee voting for public school teachers for its possible streamlining, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Resolution 202, urging the Philippine Sports Commission to open the training venues of Rizal Memorial Stadium, the Philippine Sports Complex for athletes, the national team, to resume training for the upcoming 32nd SEA Games in the 2023, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 203, commending attorney Angelo Carlo Guillen for being awarded the 2022 Roger and Baldwin Medal of Liberty for his work as human rights defender and commitment to human rights advocacy, by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Resolution 204, condemning the rampant and baseless red tagging of individuals, groups, and organizations by Lorraine Badoy Partosa, thereby endangering their lives, democratic rights, and urging the Office of the Ombudsman, PRC, COMELEC, and other agencies for which cases against her are pending to apprise the House of the status of the same, by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 205, expressing warm felicitations and congratulations to the medalists from Bambang Nueva Vizcaya of the Samahang Taekwondo ng Pilipinas, who contended and won in the Chongcheon, Korea, by Representative Quaresma.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 206, urging the DOH and PhilHealth to increase from 144 to 156 free hemodialysis session annually for patients, and to extend the coverage period beyond December 31, 2022, by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Resolution 207, congratulating and commending Filipino athlete Ernest John E.J. Obenia for bagging the bronze medal and being the first Filipino to win in the World Athletics Championship, by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 208, congratulating Police Master Sergeant John Vincent de la Peña for earning 2 medals at the 2022 World Police and Fire Games by Representative Gasataya.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 209, urging non-compliant LGUs to establish their respective persons with disability affairs office in accordance with the Republic Act 10070 by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Resolution 210, expressing the heartfelt condolences and sympathies of the House to the bereaved family of Camilo Pepito Cabili, a dedicated public servant who just returned to the Creator peacefully on 09 August 2022 by Representative Rehencia.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 211, congratulating and commending Police Staff Sergeant Maria Cares Senabre Arnejo, who won 3 medals the World Police and Fire Games 2022 held in Rotterdam, Netherlands on July 22 to 31, 2022 by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 212, expressing profound congratulations and commendation to the Filipino athlete Vanessa Palomar Sarno for the exceptional presentation of the Philippines in her winning performance in the women's 71-kilogram division of weightlifting in the 31st SEA Games in Vietnam, and for her golden performance in winning 3 gold medals at the Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championship in Uzbekistan by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 213, supporting the establishment of multi-actor partnership on the enhancement of climate and disaster risk financing and insurance in the Philippines by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Climate Change.
House Resolution 214, resolution expressing profound condolences of the House, the passing of Filipina sprint legend Lydia de Vega, and honoring her invaluable contribution to the Philippine sports by Representative Brosas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 215, resolution directing the House Committees on Energy and Public Works and Highways to jointly conduct an inquiry in the status of relocation of electric posts in the middle of roads by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 216, expressing the profound sympathies and sincerest condolences of the House to the family of Lydia D.I. de Vega Mercados, Asia's fastest woman of the 80s and 2-time Olympian, by Representative Buhain.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 217, expressing profound sympathy of the House to the family of sprint legend Lydia de Vega and honoring her contribution to Philippine sports, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 218, expressing heartfelt sympathy and condolences to the family of Lydia de Vega Mercado, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 219, expressing profound condolences of the House to the bereaved family and friends of Philippine sports icon Lydia de Vega, by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramonjolo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 220, directing the appropriate committee of the House to conduct an inquiry on the viability of the prevailing pension programs of the military and other uniformed personnel organizations, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 221, directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the proliferation of internationally and locally manufactured falsified medicines, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 222, directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire on the impact of the liberalization of rice importation, exportation, and trade on the production and farm gate price of palay and retail price of rice, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 223, directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire the status of all government mass transit projects, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 224, directing the House Committee on Public Works and Highways to inquire the status and viability of the approved flood management master plan for Metro Manila and surrounding areas, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 225, directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire the status of the PNP regular recruitment program, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 226, directing the appropriate committee of the House to inquire the condition of the jail and prison facilities of the Philippines, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 227, directing the appropriate committee of the House to conduct an inquiry regarding the update on the implementation of the Pag-asa Modernization Act of 2015, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 228 expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on the passing of Philippine sports icon Lydia De Vega by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 229 congratulating and commending Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario for winning the International Boxing Organization World Flyweight title at the International Convention Center in East London, South Africa by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Games and Amusements.
House Resolution 230 condemning the fake news peddling and baseless red tagging of individuals, groups, and organizations by the SMNI and urging the NTC to apprise the House of the status of the complaints against SMNI pending before it by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolutions 231 conveying the profound condolences of the House to the family of Miss Lydia De Vega Mercado, Sprint Queen of Asia and one of the greatest Filipino athletes of all time, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Sieda, Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Resolution of both houses proposing amendments to the 1987 Constitution, particularly Section 9, Article 8, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments.
Communications. Letter dated March 16, 2022 of the CASB Executive Director furnishing the House with a copy of their 45th CES Anniversary Coffee Table Book.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
Letters from several local chief executives informing the House of their reports on fund utilization and status programs, projects, activities, implementation relative to local government support fund and Bayanihan grant to cities and municipalities for certain months of 2022.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 18, 2022 of the BIR Deputy Commissioner submitting to the House a copy of their consolidated monthly report of disbursements for the month of March 2022 and the consolidated statement of approved budget, utilizations, disbursements, and balances for trust receipts for the quarter ending March 31st, 2022.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 22, 2022 of the NIA Administrator submitting to the House a copy of the calendar year 2022 first quarter progress report of NIA Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, Irrigation Component for Mindanao Sustainable Agrarian and Agriculture Development Project.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Letter dated April 25, 2022 of the COA Audit Team Leader, Audit Group R10-02, SUCs and other standalone agencies transmitting to the House a copy of their annual audit report on the Central Mindanao University in Maramag, Bukidnon for the year ending December 31st, 2021.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated April 25, 2022 of the NIA Administrator submitting to the House a copy of the first quarter report of NIA Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program Irrigation Component for calendar year 2022.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
Memorandum dated April 27, 2022 of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity informing the House that OPAP-ARU's financial accountability reports for the quarter ending March 31st, 2022 were submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated April 27, 2022 of the COA OIC Regional Director, Cordillera Administrative Region, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31st, 2021 on certain water districts and other stand-alone agencies.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated April 29, 2022 of the Regional Director, COA Regional Office 13, submitting to the House copies of their annual and audit reports for the year ending December 31st, 2021 on certain state universities and colleges.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated April 29, 2022 of the Sandigan Bayan Presiding Justice submitting to the House a copy of the 42nd Annual Report of the Sandigan Bayan for calendar year 2020.
To the Committee on Justice.
Letter dated April 29, 2022 of the National Power Corporation, OIC Undersecretary submitting to the House a copy of their report on the fiscal year 2022 NPC Corporate Operating Budget and Augmentation.
To the Committee on Energy.
Letter dated April 29, 2022 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Finance transmitting to the House a copy of their consolidated quarterly report of revenue and other receipts as of year ending December 31st, 2021.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Letter dated April 30, 2022 of the President of Catanduanes State University submitting to the House certain financial reports for the quarter ending March 31st, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated May 2, 2022 of the COA Commissioner furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports and management letters for the years ending December 31st, 2020 and December 31st, 2021 on certain government corporations.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated May 5, 2022, of the officer in charge of COA Regional Office 4-A, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports on certain water districts.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letters dated May 11, 2022, of the DOTR Undersecretary for Finance, transmitting to the House their financial reports for month of April 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual audit reports on the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization and on the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Cabanatuan City, for the year ending December 31st, 2021.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual audit reports on the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Iligan City, and on the Mindanao State University, Naawan, Misamis Oriental, for the year ending December 31st, 2021.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letters dated August 2, 2022, of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, transmitting 2 original copies each of RA numbers 11926, 11927, 11928, 11929, 11930, 11931, 11932, and 11933, which lapsed into law.
To the Archives. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill 231, and I request the Secretary General to read the title of the said House Bill.
The Secretary General is requested to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution Number 231, resolution conveying the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Miss Lydia de Vega Mercado, Sprint Queen of the Asia and one of the greatest Filipino athletes of all time.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 231 in consolidation with House Resolutions 214, 216, 217, 218, 219, and 228. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, can I request that all members of this August chamber be considered as authors to the said resolution?
There is a motion as stated by the Honorable Majority Floor Leader. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move for 5-minute suspension.
Session suspended for 5 minutes. Session is resumed. Wait. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move on behalf of the majority that we elect the following members to the various committees as follows. To the Committee on Accounts, as Vice Chairperson, Villarasa Suarez Ana Marie. As members, Asidre Jude A. Vice Villarasa Suarez Ana Marie. Goles Anthony Rolando Jr. T. Cahayon Uy. Marie Mitzi L. D. Faustino Ino V.A. De Venecia Christopher V.P. Romualdo Jordan Jesus M. Maceda Edward Vera Perez. Valeriano Rolando M. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food, as Vice Chairperson, Salceda Joey Sarte, Villafuerte Miguel Luis R. As member, Amatong Adrian Michael A. To the Committee on Appropriations, as Vice Chairperson, Yap Eric Go. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, as Vice Chairperson, Salceda Joey Sarte. To the Committee on Economic Affairs, as Vice Chairperson, Salceda Joey Sarte. To the Committee on Energy, as member, Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, as members, Chan Cynthia K. Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, as Vice Chairperson, Marcoleta Rodante D. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, as members, Garcia Albert S. Panaligan Arnan C. Romulo Roman T. To the Committee on Justice, as Vice Chairperson, Marcoleta Rodante D. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, as members, Violago Joseph Gilbert F. Maceda Edward Vera Perez. To the Committee on Local Government, as Vice Chairperson, Tanchay Caroline L. To the Committee on Natural Resources, as member, Plato Salvador A. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as member, Teodoro Marjorie Ann A. To the Committee on Tourism, as Vice Chairperson, Singson Ronald V. As member, Plato Salvador A. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, as Vice Chairperson, Salceda Joey Sarte. To the Committee on Transportation, as Vice Chairperson, Tambunting Gus S. As member, Chan Cynthia K. To the Committee on Ways and Means, as Vice Chairperson, Yap Eric Go. To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts, as member, Alonte Marilyn Len B. To the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, as members, Goles Anthony Rolando Jr. T. Garcia Albert S. Garcia Maria Angela S. Roman Geraldine B. Nisay Journey Jet. Panaligan Arnan C. Romulo Roman T. Emano Yevgeny Vicente B. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, as member, Amatong Adrian Michael A. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, as Vice Chairperson, Pimentel Johnny T. As member, Amatong Adrian Michael A. To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, as Vice Chairperson, Pimentel Johnny T. To the Special Committee on East Asian Growth Area, as members, Alonte Marlin Len B. Paglas Mohammed P. Miguel Peter B. Tamayo Reynaldo S. Acharon Loreto B. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn the session until tomorrow, August 16, Tuesday, 2 p.m.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Session is adjourned until tomorrow, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Adjourn.
Ma'am, pag nakita na ba, meron.
Picture ka boss, kay para...
Let's check the time.
Uy, happy birthday. Ayan na. Ayan na si...
pyramid.